Welcome to Quiet Scare, where horror doesn't scream, it whispers. Real documented experiences, selected with care, and adapted for quiet, sleep-friendly listening. Truth stays firm. The mood deepens. Please like and subscribe, and tap the bell for new episodes. No more than 3 ads in the first 15 minutes, then uninterrupted playback. Literary horror shaped from authentic accounts for sophisticated listeners. Sleep well and dream dark. I grew up on 2 stories about the North. One was ordinary. Long winters, good fish, roads that chew up your tires and your plans. The other was my grandmother's story about what she saw by the dump at dusk. I write stories for a living now. I read them aloud for people who like to scare themselves before bed. This isn't one of those. This is the account the way my family has told it at the table and in the truck, and once under a flickering kitchen light, when I asked my grandmother to say it into my phone and she said no. It happened in the evening. She and my aunt drove out to the refuse site because that's where the animals came at sunset. The town was small. 1 pump, 1 bar that thinks it's 3. A road out that closes after the first big snow, and nobody argues. They were in a pickup with a cracked windshield. The windows were half down for air that didn't help. The dump wasn't a municipal grid. It was a scraped bowl of dirt and old food. The kind of place retirees park by and call it a hobby to watch what wanders in. My grandmother liked to watch the bears. She never fed them. She timed the trip for the copper light across sand and gray grass. It was cool enough for jackets. They had coffee and travel mugs. She told me she used to bring a notebook, but stopped when it fell between the seat and the console. One too many times. They rolled to the rim and cut the engine. The field opened in front of them. Trampled grass, pale plastic, a slope of dirt where the ground dropped to the pit. A yellow sign said "Do not enter." 1 hinge wheezed. They didn't get out. If you grow up where we did, you don't stand on the edge of a dump at night. You sit in the cab and keep your hand near the keys. We do this with errands too. You take a grocery list and still map the aisles in your head, because if someone moved the bread again, you don't have time to argue with shelving. You plan the little things because the big things don't ask. A raven worked the fence line. 2 gulls fought over a paper bag. My aunt leaned over the wheel. The light slid down. My grandmother sipped and the lid leaked. She swore. The cup left a ring on her jeans. She noticed and then forgot. They waited. A bear would have been simple, heavy, quiet, making the mess look like weather instead of choice. They watched for motion. Wrappers moved. A milk jug shifted and settled. Nothing else came up. Then my grandmother said there was a figure at the rim beyond the last spill of trash. It wasn't there. And then it was, the way things show up when the light goes flat. It stood where the slope cut a clean edge against the evening. She knew it wasn't a bear before her mind found words. It stood too straight. It stayed too long. She said standing twice when she told it to me. She meant full height. It was on 2 legs. It had chosen 2 legs and kept them. She didn't add fur or smell or sound. She didn't give it weight. It hadn't shown her. She didn't describe a face. Not yet. They watched it. It made 1 step forward. Then it looked straight at her. The eyes are the facts. She goes back there every time, even if I try to lead her with craft and pacing. It looked at her and kept looking. She doesn't claim wonder. She says she felt something wrong for the body. She could see cold, direct, deliberate, hostile. She doesn't hedge on that word. My aunt had 1 hand on the wheel and the other on the keys. She didn't turn them. They sat in 1 long second. My grandmother screamed. She says it plain. She screamed the way a person screams when they hit a limit. She screamed at her daughter to drive, and her daughter drove. No questions. The truck jumped. Coffee went into the cup holders. The right tire slid on soft dirt and caught. They didn't look back. The drive from the dump to the road is short. It's longer when you have to clear the fence and not drop a wheel in the shallow ditch. The headlight swept the sign and it flashed pale. Gravel rattled the rims. Her purse hit the floor mat and dumped. A stick of gum became important and then wasn't. Second gear, then third. The road back into town gave up its bumps one by one. They left the figure where it was, and brought home only the look. That's always where the story lands. I push for more, then I stop. She doesn't give me more. The eyes are the story. The look had intent. Not animal hunger, not surprise. She says it was evil. I asked her once if that was the right word. She said it was the only word that fit. She doesn't waste words. They didn't pull over. They didn't call anyone. They went home. They locked the door. My grandmother went to the bathroom and washed her face in fast, hard motions like she needed to wake up and didn't want to admit it. My aunt slid the chain no one uses. They turned on lights. They sat at the table with the coffee poured into regular cups. My aunt said, "What was that?" And my grandmother said, "You saw it." And my aunt said, "Yes." That was enough. Night pressed against the glass. They didn't open the back door. They left the trash bag tied. The porch light stayed on until morning. In daylight, they tried to name it. Not a movie thing. Not a camp joke. The tall thing from the woods. You learn without anyone teaching you. If you live where we lived, you know that name. They picked it because the size and posture fit. That's all. 2 legs upright at the rim. Looking down. They didn't have tracks or hair on a fence. They had eyes and distance and a body that stood up because it knew how to. I make my living putting things in order, so cause leads to effect, and choice leads to consequence. This is clean. They went out to watch wildlife. They saw a large non-bear figure standing on 2 legs at the rim of a dump. It made direct eye contact that carried open hostility. She screamed. They left. The memory stayed clear and fixed. I used to cede 2 quick asides when I told it live, so people wouldn't wander before the engine caught. I said my grandmother believed in bears more than church bulletins, because the bears showed up on time. I said I once called the dump the viewing platform, which made my uncle stop the truck and tell me to get out and find the platform. Nothing after that. No jokes once the look happens. The line shuts there and stays shut. The evening matters. The open field matters. The angle of the truck matters. When I pressed my grandmother on it, she said if they had nosed in with the fence across the hood, she doesn't know how fast they would have cleared the ditch. She doesn't like hypotheticals. She sticks to what happened. She remembers the sound of the cattle guard under the tires on the way back. She remembers the thin rattle in the kitchen when she shut the door too hard. She remembers her face in the mirror in yellow light, and how her mouth stayed open for a second like she'd been running. She doesn't remember the taste of the coffee after the scream. Years later, when I asked to write it down, she said yes and then watched me move words around on a pad until she took the pad away and told me to get the tape measure. We went into the yard. She had me mark her height on the garage door. Then my aunt's. She sat in the truck and told me to stand where the rim would have been and hold my hand where her eye line was. I kept lifting my arm until my shoulder burned. She said there. We didn't write the number. We didn't need it. I keep to the facts so it doesn't slide into the way these stories always get told. Dusk. Open field by the dump. My grandmother and my aunt. A massive figure on 2 legs. It looked at her. The look was hostile. She screamed. They left. The memory stayed bright and sharp. It has never blurred for her. When I pass through that town, I keep the rule I took from it. I fuel in daylight. I stay on Route 111. I don't cut down the dirt road past the sign. If I have a bag, I keep it tied until I'm back where the bins have heavy lids. I don't go out in the evening to watch anything at the edge of anything. That's the whole boundary. It's not a superstition. It's an action I take because of a voice I trust. I wasn't there. I know that. I carry it the way she handed it to me. Plain and exact. She says she still sees the eyes when she stands at the sink, and the sky goes from blue to gray. I write her account because it stays the same. I don't know what it was. I don't know why it chose that moment. I know what she saw and what it did to her, and how fast a person can decide to leave. We picked that canyon because it was quiet and close enough to Moab that if we forgot coffee, we could fix it. The map called it a gorge. 2 low hills pinched it and pushed wind down the middle. I guide on weekends and tell clients there's no such thing as a bad campsite, just choices you have to live with. I like rules that land clean in the mouth. We set up on a patch of flat dirt between the hills. The slopes kept the wind honest. It was me, my buddy Cal, and his friend Nate. We staked 2 tents under a cottonwood that leaned right and hung a tarp for shade. The dogs lay under the tailgate with that bored stare they get when you're moving slow. I pack stakes, a mallet, flagging tape, a cheap shovel. I keep a list on my phone to stop buying 4th mallets. I had to drive back to town for fuel because someone me trusted half a can to last a week, and the Sinclair clerk asked if I needed a bag for 2 gallons, like I'd bought tomatoes. The receipt jammed, and he looked at it the way you look at a dead headlamp, like respect might change it. I rolled back into the canyon at dusk. The wind slid down from the notch between the hills and cut the heat. The dogs whined at nothing I could hear, and tried to sit on my boots. It was a tight sound, like they remembered a shot from a vet visit. We ran a quick perimeter and flagged guy lines so we wouldn't clothesline ourselves at night. Cal kicked a ring for the fire. Dinner tasted fine because we were outside. The first howling peeled out low and long. Not Coyote. Coyote runs up fast and breaks into yips. This stayed wide and held. Nate said it might be a big ranch dog hopeful. The second call came closer. The third pressed into the hills and pulled the dogs under the truck, with their heads down like the wind was too bright. That bothered me more than the noise. I didn't know why. Something heavy lobbed out of the dark and clacked off the cooler lid. Not a fall, a throw. Another bounced under my chair and settled against my boot with a hollow granite ring I felt in my bones. We stood without talking. I took the headlamp off my head and held it low. The beam washed scrub in deadfall. No eyes, no movement. Sage stems cut the light. We said bears because that's what you say. Except this wasn't bear. Bears push and root and huff. They knock things over because their shoulders are bigger than their plans. These throws landed from outside the fire's reach and kept a steady distance, like someone measuring us. We packed the food. We kept the fire small. The howling went quiet after midnight. 3 times something thumped the side of the truck in a flat, spaced pattern. Morning. Smelled like ash and coffee. I took the shovel and scraped a ring around camp, 2 feet wide, and smoothed the dirt to a dull skin. I stamped it flat and pressed my boot in once. 1 clear imprint. Heel, arch, tread. We wanted to see what was coming in. I scraped a second circle by the truck, flagging tape on low branches. If anything crossed, we would read it. We found no tracks. Not one. The dogs walked to the edge of the flat and stopped like there was a line in the air. They wouldn't step into the open and kept their tails low. I walked the slope from the cottonwood to the mouth of the gorge. The soil took my prints clean. The circles stayed unbroken, like plates nobody touched. No claw marks on the coolers. No fur on brush. It looked like our gear sat in a picture. We stayed through the day. A hawk rode the thermals, and rented jeeps turned the road into a slow train. I kept checking the circles. When the heat came up, the dogs crawled under the tarp and stared at the opposite slope. The howling didn't wait for dark this time. It bled in from the left hill, halfway up, then from the right hill higher. It moved, not a circuit, not a pack. One place, then another, faster than walking, but not a rush. I timed the echoes on my watch. They didn't match any simple bounce. Dusk pressed in, and we got our first hard escalation. A rock hit the tarp and slid down in a lazy roll. Then a dent buckled the side of my truck with a deep, tired pop. The dogs went flat and made a whimper that rode each breath. Cal said that's not bear. I said I know. We swept the hills with headlamps, wide beam, tight beam, light washed the scrub and fell off into dark. No eyes, no shapes moving. We kept the fire small and clean. The rocks came in slow and steady. They stopped when we got up. They resumed when we sat. We stuck to practical steps. We ate. We cut the talk down to what we needed. We went to the tents early, because pretending to be fine burns you out. The wind pressed the tarp until the grommets creaked. In my bag, I measured my breath against the dog's breathing in the truck bed and listened to the drafts through the mesh. 3 footfalls that were not wind crossed the dirt near my vestibule. Fabric tugged tight against my elbow and then fell loose. I stayed still. The zipper stayed shut. Morning gave us the same blank circles. I scraped them again, deeper. I raked until the shovel blade sang on small stones. I drew a boot line across the entrance to the site. I took photos of the smooth dirt, the circles, the mark. I texted my wife doing a silly experiment. She sent a thumbs up. On the 3rd night, Cal breathed my name without finishing it. The dogs were not barking. They were pressed under the truck with paws over noses. The throws came harder. One took the enamel off my blue mug and left a white chip on the dirt. We stood and faced the left hill, where the last rock came from. The moon pulled a gray wash across the slope. Shapes turned into blocks of lighter and darker ground. Nate said, "There." His voice went thin. I didn't place it at first. The shape resolved when it moved. It had been still in a crouch on the shoulder of the left hill. The moon threw a flat sheen across fur and caught a red-brown tone only when it slid one step along the contour. It was big. I put it at 8 feet because the scrub reached only to its thigh and the slope buried it to mid-calf. Mass in the hips, balance in the crouch, one hand on the ground. It didn't hunch like a bear or pop its head up like an elk. It held a position and watched us. I've led hunters to bears. I've stood 10 feet from a black bear while it tore a stump open for ants. I've seen moose blow air to shake off flies. This was none of that. The same thought ran through us and stopped short of a name. We were being measured. I raised my light. The beam reached and washed the slope. The figure flattened and slid a foot to the right. Not a leap, no crash of brush. It moved like it knew the ground and where it would hold. For one beat, the head turned straight toward us. The eyes did not shine. They took the light and gave nothing back. I blinked. When my eyes opened, it had settled lower. I hate to write this, but it needs saying. It was patient, and we felt like the ones on a line. We stood until the cold came through our jackets. The throwing stopped while we watched. It resumed when we backed toward the fire. Small stones first, then heavier ones that struck with a low thud. One hit the cooler and the lid jumped and clapped back down. I wanted to climb the slope. I didn't. I had nothing that would help and everything I cared about inside the light. We agreed not to leave in the dark. That was a rule we could keep. We made coffee at first light. The dogs wouldn't drink until we slid the bowls under the truck. I walked the circles again. Blank. My boot line across the entrance showed only my tracks from the night before. I took photos from the same angles and checked timestamps so the sameness wouldn't scramble my head. We stayed past noon. Same pattern. Wide calls that held their shape, then rocks that kept distance. We saw it again once, higher on the same slope, same crouch. Nate said he saw hair move in the wind. Cal said he saw a forearm flex as it settled. I can say I saw a red-brown coat and a body that held still without a tremble. It watched. When we broke eye line, the throws resumed. When we lifted lights, they stopped. On the way out, we spoke with a ranger because that's what you do if you want to be a person in the world. We said we heard unusual calls and saw a large animal on the hill that didn't act like bear or elk. He wrote the time and place on a pad. He said the wind makes tricks in that gorge. He asked about the dogs. I said they were quiet. He nodded. We didn't ask him to come out. We went home. 2 weekends later, we went back. Because I don't like a place owning my head. Same canyon. Same site. The old circles were gone. Wind and time take everything flat. We set camp in the same spot and did the same routine. The dogs whined at the same hour and slid under the truck at the same angle. The howling moved between the hills after dark. The throwing started when we sat. We saw nothing. We smoothed circles. We drew a line. We took photos. Blank. We went once more a month later. Later fall when the nights held longer. Same place. Same pattern. A throw hit the corner of my truck bed and left a shallow crease I can still press my thumb into. At dawn, I didn't check the circles. I packed fast and closed the tailgate twice. The dogs kept their heads low and watched the slope until the road took us out between the hills. I haven't camped in that canyon since. I tell clients I don't guide in that cut because wind makes for a bad night's sleep. The truth is, I won't pitch a tent between those two hills. I don't stand with my back to them. I don't stop on the shoulder by the leaning cottonwood. I adjust routes so we loop wide and keep the hills off our flanks. It's a small change and it works. I don't know what watched us. I don't know how the ground stayed blank when we marked it and smoothed it. I only know that when we sat still, rocks came in. When we stood and looked, they stopped. The shape on the hill crouched and waited and watched from the same spot. The dogs gave us the truth early and then went quiet. I keep that kind of truth close. When I camp now, I flatten dirt around my tent and check it at dawn. Most mornings I see our prints and small marks from mice and birds. Once in a while the dirt is blank, and I break camp and go. I was 17 the summer our scout troop camped at the reservoir. The frogs kept time, the crickets filled in the measure, and the cottonwoods made a dry whisper that sounded like someone folding a map. Our tents were bunched under those trees. The lake breathed just past the brush line, steady laps on dark water. I had a mutt then, scout-brindled, square-shouldered, the kind of dog that police dropped hot dogs and chased wind for the principle of it. He slept at my feet, twitching through his own patrols. We'd turned off the last lantern, and the night had settled into its usual noise. I woke because the noise was gone. No taper, no drift. The chorus had been cut. The cottonwoods held still. Even the small wet sounds from the shore went flat. I lay there listening, and knew I was listening before I knew I was awake. Scout stood without a stretch. No shake, no yawn. He went rigid, and a low vibration started in his chest and came up through the thin sleeping pad into my elbows. The hair along his spine rose. He wasn't acting tough. He was reading the dark like print. Something moved outside the tent. The fabric was the color of old paper with the lantern off, and the shadows outside didn't separate into anything useful. I heard it first, a dull, heavy thump, then another. The ground took each footfall and pushed it up through my ribs. Too heavy for a person's soft tread, not the bounce of a deer. A slow, easy approach, like it didn't need to hurry. Scout's growl turned to a tremor. He shook hard enough to make the zipper tab rattle. He tried to bark and it snagged in his throat and came out like a cough strangled halfway. Nylon that had felt like a shelter all evening, suddenly red as a bright skin between us and whatever knew we were there. The footfalls stopped. A soft exhale. A weight shifted close enough that the air inside the tent changed. My breath locked behind my tongue. The pole above my shoulder made a thin, unhappy sound and bowed. Something leaned on the frame. The roof lowered a fraction. I could not see a shape, but the fact of it pressed a picture into my head. Mass hung on a large frame, close enough to touch if there hadn't been cloth between us. I didn't move. I didn't plan to move. The thought of unzipping the door, of hitting the light, of yelling for my troop leader in the next tent. Each option arrived and left. The only plan left was small and still. Scout pressed against my leg, hot through the bag, and his shake ran into me and back out, until I couldn't separate his tremor from my own. The thing stayed. Time stretched thin. The pole complained again, then held, something high in a cottonwood pop, and it took everything I had not to make a sound. The presence outside felt like a thumb on a drumhead. The quiet didn't feel natural. It felt obeyed. When it let up, I felt the change. The pressure came off the tent. The pole straightened in a breath. Then the cadence of departure. A deep thump. Then the next, spaced like broad steps, each landing settled. And sure, it moved through the trees without rushing, and the weight of it thinned as it went. One frog tested a note. Another answered. The crickets stitched the dark back together. One thread, then another. The air eased. Scout sagged where he stood and sat down too fast, legs sliding out. mouth open in a silent pant like he didn't want to invite anything back with noise. I kept my palm on his ribs and felt his breathing climb down out of a sprint. I did not sleep. The tent had its shape again, but it felt like a shape because something else allowed it. The night didn't come fully back for a while, 10 minutes, maybe a little more, before the chorus took its normal posture. When it did, it was like a conductor had reappeared and flicked a baton, and everyone remembered their part. I lay there and thought about the sound it made when it walked away. Big, spaced, settled, not crashing, not careful like a person trying to hide, confident. At first light, we found enough courage to unzip. The campground looked ordinary, because daylight does that, but the dense grass between the tents and the trees was laid down in spots where the dew should have stood. The distance between those spots felt wrong for a person. Not clean prints, nothing precise I could hold up to a shoe or a guidebook. Just places where weight insisted and the ground agreed. One of the younger kids said deer. Another said prank. Our leader looked, squinted at the cottonwoods and said nothing. That felt like permission to keep quiet or not know. We broke camp early, and no one argued. I don't remember whose idea it was. Scout sat facing the trees while we rolled the tents. His ears tipped forward in a way I hadn't seen before, as if he was making sure the night stayed where it had gone. On the drive out, he fell asleep with his chin on my knee, and every time the truck hit a seam in the road, his jaw clicked, and he opened his eyes and checked the window. Years later, older and supposedly better at explanations, I looked at a map of that campground and found the raised concrete spillway on the far side of our loop. In low water, you can walk it. Past the rail, there's a drop to dirt that matches what I remember. A 4 or 5 foot step down. I tried to arrange the facts. Something big steps off a ledge, lands on soft ground, carries a hush with it and walks past our tents. I tried out elk. I tried out bear. Papers listed both for the area. The words didn't sit right against the memory, but they didn't have to be wrong to be incomplete. What sticks is the nearness, and how my dog handled it. The tent pole singing with strain, the ceiling lowering a little, the way Scout shook hard and didn't bark. Not once. The cut in the night and the measured way the night came back, after the thumping steps went away. The knowledge, not a theory, not a story I told myself later, but the bodily knowledge at the time that something massive stood close enough to touch us if it wanted. We left without incident. No torn fabric, no overturned coolers, no ripped ground beyond those pressed spots. High fear, no confrontation, and a quiet exit that left more questions than evidence. In the morning, we laughed too hard about other things and made fun of how little we slept, because that's what people do when they don't want to point at the one thing that matters. People ask, now and then, what I think it was. I tell them what I know. A large figure stepped down from a raised edge, walked up on our tents and stood close enough to bend the pole. It moved off with broad steps that you could feel more than hear. The frogs and crickets returned about 10 minutes after it left. My dog shook like a hard freeze the whole time it was near. We stayed still and small. It left us alone. Later, looking at the map, the spillway made a kind of sense that didn't settle anything. Every once in a while, if I'm driving with the windows down and the radio between stations, the world goes flat in that same exact way. Scout's gone now, but my breath still catches on the old rule that kept us quiet and uninteresting the night it counted. I was 12 the first time the feeling hit. Thick and directionless, like being held in a stare without the courtesy of eyes. Saturday afternoon, heat stacked in the air, mower rattling across the side yard where the grass couldn't decide between lawn and field. Cicadas droned so loud, the edges of things blurred. Under all that, something had me. Not behind, not ahead, around. It felt like heat shimmer with intent. I killed the mower and stood still. The cicadas kept their machine song. A blackbird clicked on the fence. Clouds moved a shadow over the pasture like a slow spill. The pressure didn't fade. It was steady, as if whatever watched me didn't need to adjust. By dinner, I'd filed it under nerves and noise. Afterward, I took the trash to the burn barrel near the fence line. The sensation snapped back so hard I nearly dropped the bag. Out by the far fence where the ground fell toward the tree line, something rose pale, smooth, shaped like the top of a traffic cone. It lifted, paused, and slipped down out of sight. I turned full on. Fence, field, first shade of the woods, deer. My dad said when I told him, "They pop up like that." "Deer don't look like road cones," I said, trying to make it a joke and failing. "Maybe a reflection," he said. "Neighbors well cap, keep your head on straight." He reminded me of the first night in our new house. He told it like it was funny. "You got up to pee," he said, looking at my mother. Came back wide-eyed and said there was a face in the window. Half asleep. Scared your mom half to death. I remembered the cold pain, my breath fogging, my own eyes coming back at me. I also remembered a certainty that the reflection wasn't alone. I didn't argue. I let his version sit. After that, the watching came and went. I felt it while I shot hoops by the barn, the ball thudding and echoing as evening drained color, and the trees turned into a single black scene. I felt it weeding the garden, dirt under my nails, bees louder than their size earned. It wasn't every day. Sometimes weeks passed. When it returned, it laid on my skin like a net. Nothing dramatic happened, no tracks, no mangled fencing. Our dogs were old and sullen. They didn't bark. The glass stayed clean. By day, the place was ordinary, laundry flapping, radio low, my mother humming while she shelled peas. At night, the back rooms felt deeper, as if the walls had eased apart an inch. The cone at the fence turned into a private superstition I didn't say out loud again. The moment hardened into a personal fact. It made more sense if that word fits. When my friend Shane started coming over that fall, we both ran track. We both liked empty roads. Behind our place, the county had cut an undeveloped road between the fields and the woods. A lane of compacted dirt and gravel that curved along the tree line. We'd jog it at dusk until the mosquitoes noticed. One evening, we took the long loop toward the deeper woods. Older trees, damp ground, light leaning toward blue. We were talking splits and how Coach said explosive, like he could scare speed into us. The road bent. A stand of pines pinched the view into a tunnel. The pressure collapsed over me, immediate and total. I shut up mid-sentence. Shane glanced past me. His mouth went flat in a way I'd never seen. He didn't ask what was wrong. "Run," he said, almost too low to hear. Then louder, torn at the edge. "Run." He didn't wait. He turned and sprinted back the way we'd come. Not training speed, break the body speed. I followed because my body didn't give me another choice. Stones skittered underfoot, breath burned hot and thin. Trees, ditch, fence, sky flickered in a smear. I didn't look back. I didn't need to. Whatever was behind us had never needed to be seen to be there. We didn't stop until the road widened and a square of soybeans opened on the left. Honest ground under an honest sky. We bent over our knees and laughed because being embarrassed and terrified at the same time makes you do that. "What?" I said finally. He stared at his shoes. "Thought I saw somebody," he said. "In the ditch. Head down." He held a breath. "Let it out. I don't know. It felt wrong." We cut our runs to the open parts after that. We kept the sky in view. Now there were two facts I didn't like, and one of them lived in his voice. Winter set in brittle and clear. Nights went glassy cold. Washing dishes, I'd catch a seam in the kitchen window. The dark of the trees and the darker of the pasture, making a line that looked too straight like something hiding by being a better shadow than the shadows. I told myself I was overlaying shapes. I told myself everyone does this in winter. My dad kept telling the first night story at family dinners. It got its laugh. He'd spread his hands, shake his head at me, like we were partners in the punchline. One night after people left and the house took up its little ticks in size, he stopped outside my room. "You really saw something?" he asked. His voice had changed. Asking cost him a little pride. The memory was still a cold hand under my ribs. "Yeah," I said, "I think so." He nodded once, as if relief could sit next to not knowing. "Foxes." Owls, he said. They can look strange at night. He paused. I've felt it too. Out back, like we're not alone sometimes. It should have scared me more. Instead, it leveled the floor. It turned the feeling from my private crooked picture into a map that showed other people's tracks. Spring thinned the trees and filled the ditches with frogs. After practice one afternoon, a few of us cut across the pasture toward the house. The sun was low and fat. The seed heads lit up like match tips. We were loose and dumb with endorphins. We reached the fence behind the barn. I hooked a toe in the wire to step through. Jess, first time at my place, stopped dead and squinted at the far fence where the ground fell toward the woods. "What is that?" she said. We turned. For a clean beat, like a photograph, a pale pointed dome rose above the fence. Too smooth for a head, too narrow for a cap, too intentional for wind or light. It lingered the way a person lingers, choosing to commit to being seen, and then sank out of sight. "Jesus," Jess said. A laugh snapped off into a whisper. "Did you see?" "No," Shane said too fast. "Nope." We stood there while the insects took the air back. The watching folded over us. Not hostile, patient. It had time. It had always had time. We went inside, ate, turned the TV up too loud. When Jess left, she hugged me, longer than our friendship required, like we'd come back from something dangerous we didn't have a word for. There was no neat finish, no night with a rattling door and a broken lock, no prints in the mud that solved anything. The presence didn't swell and break. It threaded through years, through my growth, through seasons, through my father's shoulders settling into a rounder set, through the way we all learned to look out windows from the side of our eyes. What changed wasn't the thing. What changed was the circle of people who had felt it. Me with the mower and the burn barrel. My father in the hall, deciding to speak. Shane on the road, running first and talking second. Jess at the fence, catching that clean wrong shape. Validation didn't comfort. It just moved the weight from one pair of hands to several. We learned its schedule. It liked the margins of day. It preferred to be seen from the corner of your eye. It blended into ordinary until you made the mistake of attending too directly. I left, the way people do. New owners took the house. The pasture grew, got cut, grew again. When I visit, the back door still breathes the same cool evening air. The woods sit in their seam, patient and black. Sometimes I feel it without looking straight on. I don't try to whip my head around anymore. It's always been better at vanishing than I am at catching. I let the awareness settle and keep moving. And in that space just outside what I can pin down, I remember my small palms on new glass, the face I couldn't describe, my father telling it as a joke until he couldn't. I remember the bend toward the pines, Shane's breath tearing run out of him, the pale cone lifting once more at the far fence, like punctuation at the end of a sentence. We kept pretending we weren't reading. The fence is still there. The seam is still there. If I stand in the yard at the edge of the light and don't look directly, I can feel the watcher waiting at the margin where field gives to woods. I got my license 2 weeks before the sighting. That sticks with me more than anything else. 2 weeks of freedom, 2 weeks of white-knuckle merging, 2 weeks of misjudging the yellow at County Road 12 by the new subdivision. That evening, I had my friend Tyler riding shotgun and my sister in the back, head down, scrolling, headphones on. We were on our usual loop, out from our place off Sandalwood Drive, past the bulldozers and half-framed houses, then the cutover where the turn lane ends and the road pinches back to 2 lanes by the woods. I kept my eyes on the shoulder because my dad drilled that in. Watch the edge. The crown of the road slid down into a shallow ditch. On the far side was a tight line of young pines and dark brush. No sidewalk, no light except our headlights and a sour orange smear still hanging west of the trees. We were between street lights, the kind of stretch where you notice how your beams move with your hands. We weren't going anywhere urgent, we were killing daylight. Earlier, my mom handed me a grocery list and said I could take the car. which felt like a promotion until I spent 15 minutes choosing spaghetti sauce that looked identical, and then had to call her to confirm the shape of pasta. I'm not proud of a 5-minute talk about elbows versus shells like I was picking a college. The pavement had that dusty new development film where trucks track pale dirt across the asphalt, and it sits there like a skin. The woods on the right rid as a wall. My sister mumbled something behind her screen. I didn't catch it. The vents clicked. The needle sat steady at 35. We took the slight bend where the ditch widens, and the trees stepped back a few yards. That's where I saw him. He stood at the edge of the ditch on the right, just beyond the white line. He was tall, not tall like a big guy, tall enough that my brain had to stack him against the pine trunks to accept it, slender in a way that made the limbs look wrong under clothes. A dark coat hung straight down and ended where the grass started. He had a long beard, not trimmed. His face was off, not off like a wound, off like the features didn't line up with the angles of his head. The nose came forward too far. The mouth caved in or shifted. The light made hard planes. The beard lifted a little in the air from our passing. The rest of him didn't move. My hands clamped the wheel. Tyler went silent in the same half-second. The car drifted an inch left and I corrected. We both made a sound at once. I said, "Do you?" and he said, "Dude." And then I braked harder than I needed, like the pedal controlled distance and time. My sister pulled a headphone off and asked what was wrong. We didn't answer. The car slowed to a crawl. The rear view showed our red wash on asphalt and the dark behind it. I made the next right because there was nowhere else to pull over, looped the cul-de-sac by a foundation with pipes sticking up, and came back. Same stretch, same ditch, same brush. My headlights swept the slope and the line of trees. No man, no coat, just a regular patch of woods. We went past and made a second loop. Tyler leaned forward with one hand on the dash like that would sharpen his vision. My sister leaned between the seats, annoyed now, asking if we were messing with her. We weren't. I took the bend slower. I drove past the spot where the ditch widens. The beams painted the same dirt and clumps of grass. Still nothing. I kept moving the car because that's what you do when you're a new driver with a heartbeat running too fast. You don't stop in the dark lane between bulldozers and trees. We looped again. The sun slipped behind the open frames of the new houses, and the sky went to purple and then to black. On the third pass, I put the car a foot closer to the shoulder and let the beams reach deep into the brush. The pines stacked into black shapes and held. We parked under the one working streetlight at the subdivision entrance and stayed in the car. We looked at each other and laid out the pieces we had. Tall, beard, coat, face wrong, standing still. If he looked at us, my brain cut that out. We told my sister what we saw. She made a face like we were trying to get her. She asked if it was a statue. It wasn't. We drove back a fourth time, because of course we did. It was our road, our loop. This wasn't a field you leave after a loss. It was the way out of our neighborhood that we took every other day, because it was open and smelled like dirt and cut wood. I get how that sounds. I can only tell you what was there. A ditch, grass, brush, and a man who should have been visible long enough for us to turn around. He wasn't. The feeling changed on the fourth pass. The first time was shock, heat in my face, cold in my hands. The next two were problem solving. By the fourth, something in me knew we weren't going to solve anything from the car. We stared at the same piece of woods like it owed us. It gave us trees. We left. At home, I didn't tell my parents. It sounded ridiculous, and I could already hear the night driving lecture and the day-only rule I didn't want back. I lay awake and replayed the second the headlights slid across the slope and built that body out of coat and shadow. Every loop ended the same. The face went out of focus. The beard and height stayed crisp. That was worse than a clean answer. I didn't know why. It just was. The next evening we went back. Tyler texted after dinner. He said he couldn't stop thinking about it. He said his head hurt. Mine did too. We met under the same streetlight. My sister didn't come. Homework. I didn't push it. We kept the windows up, we took the bend. I leaned forward without noticing. We crept across the exact stretch where the image lives. The ditch was empty. The woods were woods. We pulled onto the gravel apron by the model home, with the porch lights on a timer and no furniture inside. Tyler said we should walk back to the spot. I didn't want to, and I didn't want to be the one who said no first. We got out and stood by the car. The noises were normal. Insects, far traffic on County Road 12, our engine ticking. The air smelled like pine and dust. It felt like being dared by nothing in particular. We didn't step into the dark. We got back in. We looped again. The fourth pass on the second night went the same. I put the right tires close to the line. The beams caught bent stalks, and the rim of a beer can half buried in the ditch. I learned something about headlights, how they give edges and hard shadows, and how your brain lays faces over angles when you've got bark and weeds. That was the sensible thing I held on to. I said it out loud. Tyler said maybe. He said the coat was a coat. He said the beard was a beard. We let it go quiet. I'm leaving exact street names out for privacy, but if you know the edge of town outside Greenville takes Sandalwood down to the dirt piles behind the temporary fence, you know the stretch. It isn't a haunted place. It's a road to a new neighborhood with half the streetlights working and the smell of sawdust. People jog there now, they push strollers. We still cut that way to the gas station with the soft ice at pumps 3 and 4. I kept going back for a week. Not every night, but most. The third night I went alone and parked where we had the first time. I lifted my phone to take a picture, then put it down. I didn't want a clean photo of nothing to force me into one answer I couldn't unpick. On the fifth night, Tyler came again and said his cousin wanted to see it. I said no. I didn't want extra eyes on a thing I couldn't hold still in mind. There's an argument that we saw a person. I like that argument. It sits square in the world I understand. A man in a coat with a long beard, by woods near a new subdivision at dusk, standing on the side of the road. Maybe he stepped into the trees as we passed, and we missed him on the second loop because of angles and timing. Maybe his face looked wrong because of our beams and nerves and the way shadows carve noses and sink mouths. I go back to that every time I feel my shoulders climb. It helps me drive home. There's another argument that it wasn't what it looked like. I don't have language for that does more than heat my face again. It doesn't change the solid parts. We both saw him at the same time. We both reacted out loud in the same second. We both went back right away and saw only a patch of woods. My sister missed it and never saw anything there despite 4 more passes. She reminds me of that like it settles it. It doesn't settle it for me. I don't take that bend fast anymore, even in daylight. That's the practical part I can offer. I give the ditch room. At dusk, if I'm alone, I take the longer route where the streetlights line the road in steady gaps. It adds a few minutes. I don't mind. It's a quiet change I keep. Sometimes I catch myself thinking I'll see him again, which is a bad wish for someone who drives there twice a week. I can't unsee the first second. I can pick where I put my wheels. On good days, the shadows and angles explanation carries me most of the way. On others, I reach the bend. My hands go colder on the wheel, and I remember my headlights building a man in the ditch and then taking him away. I still don't know why that happened. I only know we both saw him, then he was gone, and the road kept giving us the same answer. When we asked again, we drove up there because it was what we did when we were young and bored, and wanted to feel like we were doing something brave without actually risking anything. The road wound over the back of town and climbed to a broad shoulder where the power lines crossed the ridge. The poles stood in a line that disappeared into the fog. There was no wind, no insects. The silence felt wrong in a way I couldn't name then. I can name it now. It was the kind that made you check the radio to see if it still worked. I parked facing the drop so we could look down at the valley lights and talk the way old friends talk, when they are mostly avoiding the things that have real weight. I was the talker back then. Still am. I was good at keeping a mood up in a group, giving the small stories air to breathe. My friend Mark liked that about me. He said it helped when his head ran hot. We had planned to get coffee first, but the place off Federal was closed early for inventory, according to a sign that looked like a computer printout from 1998. That was the most excitement I'd had all week, which tells you how thrilling my office life was. We laughed once and let it go. We killed the engine. The headlights went off. The fog sat low across the gravel pullout like a heavy cover. I told Mark this was the quiet that makes you think your heart stopped, and then remember it didn't, which he said was a weird thing to say but not wrong. He adjusted his seat so it reclined a notch, and that squeak sounded too loud in the hush. I grew up in Denver. This ridge was west of town, up a service road near the towers. Everyone called it the power cut. On clear nights you could see the town spread flat, and the red aircraft beacons blinking on the taller buildings. This was not a clear night. The fog had thickness. It made the closest weeds look close, and the poles look unsure of their distance. The wires overhead did not hum. We sat. We did the old friend's routine. Jobs, his new apartment on Tennyson, and the neighbor who dragged furniture every night like he was testing every wall. My paperwork at work was a scavenger hunt with no prize, but at least the new software came with a button labeled save after the fourth memo. We let the dry stuff do its job, and then we just watched the gray. The quiet shaped itself while we spoke. My voice returned to me too fast. The air handed it back without letting it travel. That was when my attention pulled away from the talk and toward the passenger side window. A figure stood at the top of the hill. I don't know how long he or it had been there. I only know the fog cut off at the ridge and the figure marked the edge. Tall, upright, no motion. Facing down the slope at us, it was not a fence post. It was not a trick of the fog. I checked without moving my head, the way you do when you are not ready to inform your friend that something in the world has changed. I told myself to do the same thing and look straight at it. So I did. The shape did not break, broad shoulders, long legs. The stance said awareness. The stillness said intent. My mouth closed on whatever I had been saying. Mark followed my eyes, and then we weren't talking. We made the middle school decision first. We decided not to let the silence win. He asked if it was a hiker. It was late for that. I said maybe it was a guy checking the lines. Even as I said it, the explanation fell through. There was no truck on the service road, no hard hat, no flashlight moving across the ground, just the outline and the fog behind it. A faint red reflection showed in the figure's eyes. At first I thought it came from our own dash, some LED catching glass somewhere. I turned the key one click and the dash lights came up without the engine. The reflection in the eyes changed with the angle of my head. It was not a steady shine, not like an animal's eyes taking headlights. It was faint, and it sat in the sockets and it faced us like a small signal. That was the first point where the feeling changed from uneasy to wrong. The space between my ribs tightened. The fog ate sound. The power lines above were dead quiet. My hand went to the key and paused there because moving felt like something I might regret. The figure stepped forward. It was not slow. It covered the first stretch between the ridge and the scrub in long strides that read as purposeful. The fog smeared the lower half of its legs, so the motion cut clean. The upper body crisp, the feet coming clear and fading as they entered thicker air. The head never dipped. The face stayed on us. The red points kept their place. Then it was moving faster. "Go," Mark said. He said it once, and it landed clean. I turned the key all the way. The engine caught. The sudden life of the car punched a gap in the silence. I put the transmission in drive, and the tires clicked small stones. The path down was a one-lane descent with a tight turn around a scrub oak and a washout on the right where the ground fell off into a slope. If I went too fast, I would lose the front end on loose gravel at the bend. If I went too slow, the figure would reach us. I looked once more. The figure closed distance the way a large man closes it when he is not pacing himself. The arms pumped. The red eyes stayed centered. There was height in the motion. I did not see a face beyond the points. I saw the mass, the line of the shoulders, the way it ate ground. I pressed the gas. The car rolled, then gripped. We took the turn at a speed I did not like, and the back end stepped. I corrected. The sound of the tires changed as they left packed gravel and hit the washboard cut. The steering wheel lightened and then caught again. The drop to the right pulled at my attention. I kept us left. The headlights threw the fog back and showed the next pole in the row, like a fixed landmark. I kept my eyes on the bend and not on the figure. That was a choice. Locking on it would fix its position in my head forever. Still, I saw motion in the edge of the beam. It matched us. It did not slow to pick footing. It ran down the center line of the pullout, as if the grade meant nothing. We hit the main descent and I let the car do most of the work. Brakes firm, no pump. I kept my elbow loose and my hands steady. The engine noise soaked the cabin and made it feel separate from the fog. The power line towers fell behind one by one. The red lights on the valley buildings were gone in the haze, and that made the world small, just the cut in front of us and the line of scrub. Mark watched the back window. He said nothing. That told me enough. I watched my speed and the way the gravel arranged itself in the ruts. The road leveled for a brief stretch I had never been grateful for until that second. I used it to set the front wheels for the second drop. A shape moved through the fog behind us. It was there, and then the fog made it vague. The eyes were still a faint red and still locked. It was not taillight bounce. The angle was wrong for that. The road narrowed into a pinch where the hillside pushed in and the drop opened up. I took that part in a clean line. I would have been proud of on a clear day. It did not feel like pride then. It felt like doing the next right thing. I don't know how long the pursuit lasted in seconds. It lasted from the shoulder to the gate where the service road met the paved street. The gate stood open because no one ever closed it, which had always been an easy detail to like, and right then felt like something I did not deserve but took. We came off gravel onto asphalt, and the sound turned smooth. The car gained traction, and the steering settled. I checked the mirror. The fog held the top of the cut like a lid. The figure stood at the brake before the gate, and then it was gone. The red points went away as if a light clicked off. I did not slow. I kept the speed I had until the town showed itself as a spread of streetlights and lit porches, and the fog thinned, and you could hear the basic life noises again. The hiss of a bus, a dog bark that could have been any dog. I pulled into a grocery store lot on Federal, with lights bright enough to flatten your shadow. We sat there with the engine running and the radio off. We did not give each other theories. We did not tell each other what it had to be. We recited what we had seen in plain phrases. There had been a figure at the ridge, tall, facing us. The eyes reflected a faint red. It moved toward the car fast enough to erase the idea of a slow walk or a confused person. It closed distance. We left. It followed. We came down. It stopped at the gate, or the fog took it. I didn't know why it ended where it did, and I didn't need to know to keep moving. I drove home by a route that stayed under streetlights. I slept in a way that wasn't sleep. In the morning, I took a photo of the dash clock to mark the time we had been on the ridge, and texted it to Mark so we could check our phones later without a fight about the hour. He sent back a photo of his watch. The times matched. I did not go back to the power cut that month. When I did return, much later, it was mid-afternoon on a Sunday with families hiking the lower trail, and a kid on a bike working up the first rise, and the lines humming the way they hum on hot days. I did not park facing out. I did not turn off the engine. I watched the ridge and left before the sun hit the poles at an angle that cut the ground into stripes. I don't drive up there at night anymore. If I have to pass the road that leads to it, I keep to the left lane and let the turns stay in my peripheral vision like any other side street. That is the limit I keep now. I keep it not because I know what stood on that ridge, but because I don't. I saw what I saw. The valley has plenty of other places to talk. I saw what I saw. The valley has plenty of other places to talk. I grew up with rules for mornings. Salt above the door. Say a short prayer before you stand. Check the locks. Move through the routine the same way each day. so nothing slips in through a gap you leave by accident. By high school, I had it down to muscle memory. Quiet, quick, ordinary. That winter, the cold sat hard over the reservation. The sky before dawn stayed a dull blue, and every fence line wore ice like a thin coat. My aunt, she's my cousin, but she raised me, so she's my aunt, had been nervous for weeks. Her prayer beads had a polished groove where her thumb went. She told me about a dream she had, something at our door, wearing my shape, knocking in a rhythm that wasn't mine, asking to be let in. She made me promise to listen before I opened anything. That morning I woke in the blue hour, when a house makes small noises that carry bed, blanket folded, face washed, teeth brushed, clothes on, coffee poured into the travel mug while the radiator coughed and ticked. I checked the front door and the back. Both locks turned smooth. The microwave clock said 6:05. I slung on my backpack and stepped outside into air that hit my teeth and made them ring. The world felt paused. No porch lights, no dog across the street losing his mind at a rabbit, no Mr. Yazzie out warming his truck, which usually starts with a choke and then a long sigh. The stillness had weight, like the neighborhood was a room someone had left and shut the door behind them. I set out anyway because that's what you do to keep normal. Act normal until normal catches up. At the corner, the bus stop crouched under a streetlight with frost along the glass. A girl stood there, small frame, long coat, one ear flap pushed up on her hat. I recognized the outline the way you recognize the shape of your own backpack in a mirror. Ray. She takes the early bus to the tech center. She always stomps her feet when it's cold. I lifted my hand to wave. She didn't move. I walked closer. My boots made that dry crunch on packed snow, but the sound didn't travel. 10 steps, 5. I could see the swing of dark hair. I could trace the line of a strap across her shoulder. I said her name. The wind came through the alley and smeared the figure like a thumb across a screen. Not a person, not anything you could touch, just an afterimage hanging against the light. My chest went hollow in a clean, sharp way. I blinked to reset my eyes. The stop was empty. Frost on the bench, scratches on the glass where someone had carved initials with a key. Only my footprints came in from the street. I checked my phone to pin the morning down. 5:08 a.m. That broke the routine in my head. The bus comes at 6:15. The microwave said 6:05 when I left. I tried to replay the kitchen, the mug clink, the hum of the ancient microwave, the radiator's cough that sounds like a laugh. The clips were there, but thin, like remembering from a distance instead of from inside the moments. No dismissed alarm, no alert about the time, just 5:08, stubborn and wrong. An owl called from the cottonwoods by the drainage ditch. One clean note, then another spaced like a clock. I backed away from the corner. The streetlight hummed too steady. The air felt filmed over. By the time I hit our walkway, my breath was a hard white fog, and my legs wanted inside. The front door was locked, but the wood felt warm under my palm, as if someone had just taken their hand away. I had my key. I knocked anyway, because that was the rule after my aunt's dream. Inside, I heard her feet on the kitchen vinyl. She said, "Who is it?" "It's me," I said. Then I heard my own voice in my head from her dream and added, "It's me, the real me." She slid the chain and pulled me in. She shut the door with both hands on it and breathed into her cupped palms like she was putting something out. "What time?" she asked. I showed her my phone. 5:10. Her microwave glowed 6:12. The wall clock ticked between 6:11 and 6:12 and refused to land. We stood there watching cheap clocks argue with a smart one. The radiator coughed again, and for a second it sounded like a word you almost catch and miss. She rubbed her beads until I heard the soft click of them. "I had another dream," she said. "Last night." She didn't want to tell me, but the dark in the kitchen made it worse to hold. A coyote at the door. No tracks in the snow. It looked right at me and smiled. Then it knocked like a person. It wanted me to open. Where I'm from. Coyote is a story and a warning. Sometimes a joke. Sometimes not. My brain went back to the girl at the stop and the way she had the right shape until the wind pushed and there was nothing there. I felt my aunt's worry like a heat against my shoulder. Habit kept my voice low. Do we call him? We called our advisor, the one who keeps our family steady when things swing wide. He didn't ask for the whole story on the phone. He told us to cover the mirrors, sit in the kitchen where the floor is oldest, heat cedar and breathe it in. It was a list. Lists help. By the time the real 6:15 came around, the neighborhood kicked back on. A bus huffed past the stop. Mr. Yazzy's truck coughed awake. The neighbor's dog announced the day and took it back. The clocks in our kitchen chose a time and held it. My aunt nodded at the window, but didn't let me go. Our advisor said he'd come over. He showed up with tobacco wrapped neat in tissue, and a face you can tell bad news to. He walked the room slow, paying attention to corners and thresholds, and the top and side edge of the doorframe where you never look unless you're hanging something. He asked me to tell it exactly as it happened. I started at the microwave clock and ended with the owl. He listened without interrupting. When I finished, he tapped a knuckle on the table once, thinking, "It wasn't for you," he said. "It was for her." He glanced at my aunt. It made an hour to steal. It made a companion to lead you where it wanted you. It wanted you past the line where she could pull you back, and it wanted her to open the door when it knocked in your voice. He said it, the way you say a neighbor's name you don't invite in. Not drama, just respect. He called it a predator. He said it noticed my aunt's worry like a porch light. He said some old things learn your route, your voice, the sound of your feet on the kitchen floor. He said sometimes they spin an illusion like a spider web, not solid but sticky enough. It made a time that wasn't yours and a person who wasn't there, he said. It figured familiar would make you comfortable enough to give it something. We burned cedar until the house smelled honest. He laid a braid of sweetgrass across the sill and salted a line you could step over without noticing if you weren't watching. He spoke the old words. I don't know most of them, but I know the feeling in a room when somebody is putting it back where it goes. The corners unknotted. The radiator found its normal sound. The warm print at the door cooled off and went flat. He told us to keep the lights low that night and leave an offering by the cottonwoods, where the owl called. He told my aunt to sleep with her beads under her pillow. He told me to break my routine on purpose for a while. Different path, different order. Don't be predictable when something is watching your pattern. I stayed home that day and listened to the house breathe. The silence wasn't empty. It was the regular kind you forget to appreciate until it's gone. The next morning I went out later. The air was still cold, but it didn't feel pressed in. The street light flickered once and settled. A real girl stood at the stop, breath puffing, stomping to stay warm. She grinned when she saw me, quick and human. I waved. I didn't stand too close. I waited for the bus with a little space around me so the air could prove itself. We kept the mirrors covered for a week, and then uncovered one at a time. We changed small things. I left 5 minutes early one day and 10 minutes late the next. I took the back path and then the front. My aunt stopped turning her beads to powder, but she didn't hang them back on the hook. The advisor came back once to check the thresholds and once more to say that some things will always push on a fence if they think it will bend. I still wake in that blue hour sometimes. The house ticks. The fridge hums. The wind slides past the eaves. I look at the microwave clock and check it against my phone. And then I check both against the world, dog barking, truck starting, owl going quiet. It's not paranoia. It's a checklist. If one thing is off, I stay inside. People ask if it scared me. It did, but in a clean way. Not movie fear. I knew what to do, because the fear lined up with a rule. Don't follow anything just because it wears the right shape. Don't open a door to a voice you didn't invite. If the hour feels wrong, call your name and wait for the answer to feel like it lands. That kind of fear helps. Every now and then, sitting in the school library with the fluorescent lights humming, I'll feel that wrong stillness test the window. I'll look up and catch my reflection doubled in the glass. Me and the thin echo you always get when there's glare. I don't stare it down, and I don't ignore it. I recognize it and I go back to work. I don't give it my name. I don't give it my schedule. If it shows up at the corner again, I'll do what I did last time and step back until the air feels like air. Late afternoon slid across the boundary waters and pinned a dull shine on the lake. Pine shadows lay in long bars over rock. A loon called once and the clients all loosened their shoulders. I've guided these lakes for years. Before that, I learned to secure perimeters where the risks had names and ranks. Out here, risk is usually weather, judgment, or a map you trusted too far. This felt different. It felt like the place had made up its mind about us. We camped on a small island, lichen, granite, a ring of spruce, 6 of us, me, a father and his teenage son, Hal, a quiet birder, my cousin Lena taking photos for an outfitter, and a couple on a late try at a second honeymoon. The wind quit at dusk. I tied the canoes higher than looked necessary. I circled with a headlamp out of habit, checked for widowmakers and bear sign, moose splay, old boot prints, everything you want to see. The first scream came just after the sky went ink. It started too high and ripped down the scale like someone tearing a shirt off a chest. Everyone stopped. Even the fire seemed to sink. The kid laughed too loud. Moose, the father said. I let him keep it. 3 more came before full dark, each closer, each trimmed down, like whatever made them had learned we didn't need convincing. I slept in pieces. Rifle broken down in the tent bag, bear spray under my jacket, knife at my belt, usual night forest, leaf scratch, water slap, a branch giving up. Under that, a slower cadence. Sometime after midnight, the loon called again and cut off mid-note. I woke to crying. Close, wet, human-sounding crying. My scalp went hot and then cold. The tent wall pushed in until nylon brushed my cheek. The zipper gap leaked a smell. Wet fur, old lake water, copper. My hand found the spray. The crying flattened like a recording played by someone who had heard the sound but didn't own it. Something dragged along the fabric. Coarse hair rasped nylon. Back off, I said, not loud. The command register you use when you want a man to reconsider a bad idea. The pressure left. The crying cut out. The silence had weight. Then the ground spoke through the tent floor. One heavy step back, then another. Not a bear's weight shift, not a moose's 4-beat. A deliberate, upright retreat. At first light, I walked the perimeter. In the moss and duff on the east side. Shallow ovals and compressed leaf litter. Not clean casts, too dry, but enough to show weight in a path across to the birch line. I didn't point them out. The father was gray already. The kid performed courage. No sense in adding to the stage. We moved camp the next morning. I blamed wind and sun and the angle on our next portage. We paddled under a pewter sky. Tree line tight and watching. Twice movement paced us along shore. Not deer. Not bear. You don't usually feel watched here. Catalog maybe. This was focused like an inventory with checkboxes. After lunch, I sent Hall and the father for deadfall. The team drifted a reed bed with Lena, lazy spoon on the rod. I took the couple inland to hang a bag higher and farther than any video recommends. That's when the screaming came again. Closer, faster. It rose through the trees like a fuse burning. Directly toward us, I felt it in my sternum before my ears caught up. I dropped us to a knee with a palm-down signal. The sound hit the ridge above and cut off. A branch cracked hard, then nothing. We moved to water without discussion. Ella came out of the spruce stumbling, binoculars banging his chest. He grabbed my forearm and squeezed. I saw it, he said. His voice was dry. It crossed the saddle, upright, 7 feet, arms long, hair like wet rope. It looked back. There, the father said immediately. Upright, Hal said again. His hand drew trembling lines in the air. I put us in the canoes. No questions, no meeting. We slid along the island's shadow and set for a route that would cut wide of the darkest shore. The wind was up, and the lake had taken a new skin of small teeth. We hadn't even turned the bow when it came out of the trees. The throw. From the thick fur line where the understory goes black at noon, something heavy came hard and flat. A log segment or a stone bound in roots. I can't be certain. It hit with a slap that misted us and missed Lena's bow by a yard. Her paddle stuck in the water. The kid swore, then laughed, then swore, as if he could choose the version of reality he liked best. My body dropped into orders. Paddle. Now. I put the urgency in cadence. The boats answered. Another crash inside the trees. A shift of weight. No second throw. One demonstration only, placed perfectly. A warning shot. We made the far point and beached near an old ring of rocks. We didn't build a fire. We ate cold. We set tents with doors facing inward. I ran a bell line around camp. People think you run them knee-high for bear. I set it at my waist. I didn't explain why. Night carried the same patience back in with it. Wind ran one note. Something larger than a deer moved through brush once, and did nothing to hide it. I lay with my palm flat to ground. Dirt is honest about weight. Crying again around 2 behind Lena's tent. The same broken imitation. I rolled out with the spray and kept low. The shape was a cutout inside the darkness, darker than anything around it. 2 dull catches of light where damp hair took the headlamp's spill chest height on a tall man. 10 feet from my cousin. It turned toward me. I watched for bearing. It didn't crouch. It didn't rear. It stood with knees soft, arms down, head tipped a few degrees to the right, like someone calibrating a thing they've used before. Back off, I said, same tone. This is our line. Its chest expanded. It gave me a shorter scream, scaled down for the distance, and stepped sideways. 1, 2, a wrestler's shuffle and slid behind a birch that shouldn't have hidden it. The crying came once more, farther left, then stopped. At dawn, everything came apart. The couple wanted no more water. The father wanted to leave now, but couldn't get his hands working. The boy's knots were stiff and wrong. I mapped wind, portage, time to the nearest exit, and the odds that another warning would turn into contact. The old rule surfaced and stayed. If you see ability and will, assume action. We left that chain of lakes. The next days were steady movement and measured watching. In a narrow channel, I saw a shoulder glide between trunks. Uphill, keeping pace. The kid finally shut his mouth. The father closed up in a way that wasn't rest. Hal paddled like he had air, only for that. Twice. The scream sounded far off, like a signature to let us know we were still in range. No more throws. Either we'd crossed a line that mattered, or we weren't worth the energy anymore. Edley looked the same. The outfitter's porch had the same soft third step, the same wood smoke in the clothes. I pulled Lena's dry bag off the truck and had to set it down and retie, because my hands wouldn't mind me. I logged it like weather times, locations, observed behavior, my actions, clean entries. Clients read logs when they want to be brave and adjectives stick in the wrong places. I kept a second note for myself, the smell, the hair against nylon, the exact angle of the head tilt, because not writing those things felt like leaving the door open in my own house. Sleep went bad for a bit. Doors in my head wouldn't latch. I'd wake to a sound in my throat and my hand reaching for a can that wasn't there. On runs, I started clocking the long gaps between trunks, without meaning to. In town, my hearing began sorting sirens from screams, and then quit trusting itself. It got better, mostly when I gave the habit something to do. I told 2 other guides who don't laugh at the wrong times. They didn't give it a name. They offered their own not names. Rock falls on still nights. Coyotes quitting all at once. Something large pacing at a distance without ever touching brush. If you're up early enough in Ely, people will trade you plain stories over bad coffee. A woman at the bait shop said her uncle climbed out of a deer stand at noon without his rifle and never went back for it. A ranger said there are corridors up there that are not ours, and if you use them long enough, you'll be told. We stayed off that string of lakes the rest of the season. When clients asked why, I told them about wind and portage wear and better fishing to the west. All of that was true. It wasn't complete. I keep one rule from the other life. when the woods start talking. Respect the intelligence that wants you gone. It had options. It used voice, presence, a place throw. It stopped short of contact. We listened, and we left. That's not poetry. That's an action that keeps people breathing. Sometimes late, the house becomes a kind of forest. A pipe ticks. A branch scrapes the glass. My body runs the old drill. I breathe through the first 3 seconds. I let the sound be the house. Most nights it is. On the nights it isn't, it's the path my mind cut up north, trying to lead me out again. I get up, make a circuit, touch the locks, and tell the dark what I told it then. A low voice cut to sighs. I hear you. I'm leaving. I woke up on a clean, quiet night with the house stretched thin around me. Walls holding still, air cool on my arms. The curtains were open because I liked the stars. The window was cracked because the grass smell helped me sleep. I was young enough that monsters were possible, and old enough to tell myself they weren't. The screen caught the dark like a net. The yard beyond was just a soft bowl of shadow. I almost missed it. A round face hovered near the glass, faintly green the way a bottle makes a leaf look green. 2 eyes blinked, slow as if learning the motion. Not ugly, just wrong. My chest stuttered. I didn't scream. I didn't move. The face was too smooth. The mouth was small and careful. Humanoid, not a person. It was level with my window, which didn't add up because the ground dipped away there. I spoke to myself in the way I did when I carried something fragile down the stairs. 1 step at a time, deliberate and clear. Remember this. This is real. The eyes outside tightened. I frowned, just a pinch between my brows. The greenish face frowned back a beat later, like it was repeating a word. I let the frown go. I put on a small smile that felt thin. It smiled too, still late, still off, but closer. I turned my head to the left. The head outside tilted right, opposite enough to turn my stomach. I tilted the other way. It mirrored me again, off by a hair. Not a reflection in glass, but something trying to be one. My neck prickled. I lifted my eyebrows into a cartoon surprise. The face copied me after a blink. The surprise sat on it too evenly, the way a mask sits where you put it. Remember this, I said again, a little louder. I pressed the words into my own head like a thumbprint. This is happening. It stayed close to the pane. A breath fogged the glass in a pale crescent. 1 corner of one eye trembled the way a machine twitches when you adjust it. I thought about shutting the window. The latch would click. The click felt like stepping off a curb into traffic, so I didn't. I did something smaller. I touched my own cheek with 2 fingers. Slow, the way I tested a loose tooth. The green face looked at my hand, then at my eyes. Its hand rose thin, fingers a little too long, and stopped short of the glass. It touched its cheek, or where a cheek should be. We held the same pose with a pane between us, humming softly with the night air. Copying, I whispered, and felt stupid because anyone could see that was what it was. That was the point. The point was it could do it at all. I frowned. It frowned. I smiled. It smiled. I turned. It turned the other way. I went still. It stayed still. I breathed in. It breathed out, and fogged the glass in a half moon that thinned and slid away. Not a dream. Not a dream. I set the phrase on the bed, on the clock, on the grit, on the sill. The clock said 2:13 in firm red. That number felt like paperwork. I tried to catch it off guard. I snapped a smile into a frown into blank. It lagged, caught up, went a fraction too far, then held the look too long, like it wasn't reacting so much as picking from a list. A thin courage clicked into place, no bigger than a dime. I lifted my hand from my face and reached toward the window. Its hand rose to meet me. Up close, the green was clearer. Young leaf green, bottle green, not paint. I stopped with my fingertips a breath off the pane. It stopped the same distance away. The room listened. I tapped the glass once. A sharp domestic sound. The face flinched without muscles. A flicker, then smooth. I noticed my shoulders were jammed up and made them drop. Its shoulders did a late echo. "Okay," I said, not sure who needed to hear it. "Okay, I'll remember." The word felt like a rule. I found myself saying it again. Quiet. To the presence outside and to the red digits. The creature's mouth shaped the syllables with no sound, earnest and off. Trying. This time I smiled for real. Small and sad in a way I didn't have a word for yet. Sad because I knew when something could break. The face mirrored me. The delay a half step I could feel in my teeth. A car hissed past on the street. Light slid over the ceiling, thin as a blade. The face dipped a little, acknowledging movement in its corner of the world. When the light went, it leaned in closer. Its breath fogged an oval the size of mine would be in winter, when you lean to see if it's really cold. I wanted a question that would make sense of it. None came. I was a child wide awake looking at a thing that knew my face too well. I raised 2 fingers and gave a small wave. The creature raised its hand and waved back in sync. Off by a fraction, the fingers too long by another fraction. "Good night," I said out of habit. People say that at windows when it's dark. It felt like the same kind of rule as remember. Its mouth formed the shape and held it too long, then released it. The green faded a shade when a thin cloud crossed the moon. The face turned into night by degrees. It withdrew like someone sliding a dimmer. First the fingers, then the cheeks, then the eyes, until the pain held only my own reflection. Hair sticking up, eyes too wide, the small boy who promised himself he'd keep this. I waited. I counted not aloud, but with the drag of the seconds in my ribs. Nothing moved. A moth tapped the screen once, big and ordinary. I closed the window with shaking arms, and climbed onto the mattress to set the latch. The soft click sounded less like a trap than like closing a book. I didn't pull the curtains. I watched the numbers change. The tree line made patterns against the sky. When there was nothing else to do, I slept. In the morning, the sill smelled faintly of wet grass. There was an oval on the glass at the height of my eyes. It could have been mine. It could have been nothing. I touched it. Cool, smooth pain. Before breakfast, after breakfast, walking to school, in the bright classroom, I said it the same way each time so it would stick. Remember this. This is real. Years went past. The room changed. The window got replaced. The hedges were cut back, then dug out when the fence went in. We learned words like pareidolia and hypnagogia, and checked them like you check a door lock. They were useful words. They didn't fit the shape of that night. I also learned how people's faces arrange themselves when you tell a story they want to be kind about. I stopped telling it. The rule stayed. Sometimes, late at a different window, I'd catch myself in the glass and run the check. A frown, then a smile. I'd wait for the world to answer, not with magic, but with the faint, careful lag I remembered. That half-beat between my face and the reply. When I felt it, and I did feel it some nights, the way you feel a train in the rails before you hear it, I said the rule again, quiet and plain. It was a note to myself more than a plea to anything outside. It always has been. Remember, this is real. The first time I saw it, I told myself it was the dark arranging itself into a person. Because I'd stared too long. The motion lights in the back didn't agree with me. They didn't turn on. The far corner of the yard stayed black. A strip of deeper dark past the cedar fence where the ground dips, and the hedge tangles like an uncombed net. I saw a figure moving there. Not fast, not slow. There, then farther there, then gone. I backed to the slider, stepped around the loose flagstone that clicks and eased the door shut. I watched the glass for a sensible reflection. Anything in my kitchen that could explain why my chest felt hollow and my ears felt too open. All I got was the bowl on the counter, the crooked fridge magnet, the lamp halo on the floor. Familiar things, quiet if you leave them alone. Later, the motion lights flared one after another. Carport flood, back stair, side gate. the one that almost never sees anything bigger than a moth. It looked like the house blinked awake. I went to the window and peered through the mesh. The yard lay washed in flat white. No breeze, no visible movement. The hedge sat tight. Whatever turned those lights on did not stay to be identified. I like lists. They are good at making a wall between you and the ridiculous. I made one. Wiring, wind, cats, teenagers, sensor drift. I checked the breaker. I wiped the lenses. I set my phone to record the window overnight. The morning video showed the curtain trembling in the heater's draft, and nothing else. The activation timestamps were scattered across the night without any pattern I could use. Weeks passed. The house learned new noises. Something scratched along the roof overhang above the patio. Not a mouse skitter or the clumsy drag of a raccoon. More deliberate, like a fingernail testing paint. Thumps landed on the concrete by the side path. Not a drop or a branch fall. Weight. The sound of weight where no one should be forces you to account for mass. I stood in the hallway and listened for a rhythm I could live with, and didn't find one. Some evenings I opened the slider and stepped onto the patio, because paying attention sometimes solves problems. The yard is small, the fences are high, the neighbor's living room sends a pale spill over half the grass. The other half falls back into that dip where the ground lowers, and the hedge makes a pocket. 2 steps into it and I'd feel it. The shift in air when a face turns toward you from the dark. No heat, just a line drawn between me and something I couldn't see. Every time my body retreated before I chose to, like flinching from a burner you didn't know was hot. The second sighting ended my shadow theory. The motion lights had stayed dead all evening. Then the far dark changed shape, as if poured into a different mold. A human outline, close enough to be specific and far enough to be dangerous. The head turned. That was it. That small, ordinary movement put me back inside with both latches locked and a chair wedged under the handle. The chair wouldn't stop anyone who wanted in, but it settled something low in my throat. After that, I ran my nights like a routine. Inside lights on before sunset so I wouldn't catch my reflection layered over the yard. Doors checked twice. No standing square to a window. Trash runs in mid-afternoon only. I hung a bell from the side gate. It rang once at 2 in the morning, bright, a single clean note, and then nothing. No footsteps, no voices, no wind strong enough to move it. People ask why I didn't call the police. To say what? The dark moved like a person, and then yelled, I called an electrician instead. He replaced one sensor and said the others were temperamental in cold weather. It wasn't cold. I priced cameras. The idea of keeping a record felt like an invitation. Doubt, for all its irritation, still lets you sleep sometimes. The scream came on a Thursday. I was rinsing a mug. The sound came from the yard, but not from a throat I could picture. It wasn't a fox or a coyote, and I've heard both. It wasn't a cat's yowl stretched thin, or an owl, or a person. It was high, yes, and rough, yes, but the shape of it was wrong, like a sound had been poured into my yard from somewhere else. My hand opened and the mug bounced on the rug and didn't break. The scream stopped clean. No scramble after. The motion lights never came on. That night I moved the chair to the slider and kept the hallway dark so my eyes could work. My phone buzzed with nothing. The roof overhang scratched once and stopped. If I'd had a neighbor to call who wouldn't glibly tell me it was probably a fox, I would have called. I don't enjoy being wrong. I would have taken a mundane answer and built a life on it. I started marking small changes, because small changes are real. I kept the flashlight by the sink but didn't go out with it. I moved a plant so the leaves wouldn't tick the glass and fake a presence. I put a strip of tape on the gate latch to see if it shifted. It didn't. I learned how long the side path holds the day's heat after sunset, and used that too. Practical helps that don't solve a problem. Still corral your fear. Through that stretch, the motion lights acted like they were learning to talk. They'd pop in a staggered sequence. Side gate, then carport, then nothing. Or back stair, then pause, then back stair again, as if something moved just at the edge of each sensor's patience. Some nights were still and passed in one piece. Some nights felt like time had decided to hang out in the yard and scuff its shoes. You survive at your perimeter by shrinking it. My map got small. The kitchen was safe until the slider screen held too much yard. The hallway was safe until the vent carried roof scratch. The bedroom was safe until I realized the window sat right over the side path. The bathroom ended up safest. No windows, a fan, a lock that clicks firmly. On the worst nights I sat on the closed lid, counted the seconds to calm my breathing, and let the sound of the fan do what it could. I ran one more mundane test. I set a cheap baby monitor on the patio table and kept the receiver by my bed. The hiss of the unit sanded my nerves to a shape I could carry. When the thumps came on the concrete, they showed up in the speaker as flat, honest knocks. That helped. I could say the sound exists outside my head. It didn't tell me who or what, it told me where. Sometimes that's enough to decide your next move. The figure never crossed the grass while any light was on. The lights fired without it. The noises arrived whether I watched or not. If it's a person, they have patience I can't match. If it isn't, my categories are less useful than I hoped. I still keep my list branch, beam, rat, wind, neighbor, settling. I've rubbed those words until they've gone smooth. By the time the hedges put out new leaves, I'd stopped stepping off the patio in the evening. At noon, I thought about walking to the back dip, standing with my back to the fence, and looking at my house like it belonged to someone else. Noon is not night. The rules change after dark. I left it alone. The scream hasn't come back. The steps have. The scratching is on and off. The electrician's temperamental sensors still act like they have moods. I'm a logical person. My logic is simple now. When I feel watched, I go inside. Slider shut, latch, chair, I wait. Morning always arrives. Nothing else crosses the threshold. That should be enough. Most nights I can treat uncertainty as a policy. If I don't name it, it doesn't force a response. I can make the map smaller. I can let the backyard belong to whatever wants it after sunset, and let the house be mine. It's a workable split. It holds. On the rare nights it doesn't, I stand in the kitchen and catch. In the black pane, not my own face but the slight tilt of a head at the yard's back edge, polite and patient, as if waiting for me to admit that I saw it before, and that I will again. Late night, phone lit on my kitchen counter. I picked up on the first ring. My friend didn't sound drunk, scared, or dramatic. He sounded exact. That's how I knew I should listen. He'd left the main highway to cut through open country. Dark desert, no traffic. A shoulder that falls into a shallow wash. Sky like a lid, no moon. The road a dull ribbon in his headlights. He told me what came first was the quiet. No crosswind in the chala. No distant engine. No coyotes. Just the tire hiss. And the feeling that the landscape had shut its eyes. Then the beams caught an upright shape at the edge of the road. About 5 feet tall. Human in outline if you had to label it fast. But it drank the light. A matte black that didn't reflect. It stood where a hitchhiker might stand. It didn't move. He eased off the gas and did the practical checks. Big birds roost low out here, turkey vultures on fence posts, owls on roadside markers. Except there were no posts, and the outline didn't sit right for feathers. Not a trash bag either. No twitch, no skitter in the still air. Not a person. The proportions were close until you stared. The shoulders looked too compact. The arms, if they were arms, were wrong or tucked out of sight. He rolled closer, maybe 30 feet, and that's when it changed. He said unfurled. He didn't grope for poetry or drama. He sounded annoyed he had to pick a word at all. The shape unscrolled from the sides with a dry exact motion, like something folded for storage and now set to full size. No crouch, no shift in balance. A quick lateral expansion, and then his words again. It went straight up. Not a hop, not a run, no flapping. A vertical departure, as if the night opened a panel above it and it slipped through. His high beams painted the shoulder. The shape rose fast enough that the light fell away from it in a blink. No beat of wings, no falling gravel, no sound at all beyond his engine. The wings, if they were wings, were a geometry. There and then gone. angles collapsing into darkness, leaving only the fact that something had just left the ground and abandoned the rules he knew. He drove on out of reflex, a quarter mile. Then he pulled over and sat. He waited for embarrassment to kick in. It didn't. He waited for the mundane option to elbow in. Misread a post, startled a big bird, bag caught a draft, prank with a rigged dummy, something. He walked it back in his head, and what failed every time was the motion. Vertical, immediate, clean. No animal he knows goes straight up without an assist. I've known him long enough to trust his filters. He organizes stress into lists. While we talked, he stacked the details like evidence on a table. Height, about 5 feet. Shape, human-like, but too uniform and flat black to read as clothing or skin. Behavior, motionless until approach. Sudden spread from both sides. Vertical ascent, no flapping, rapid disappearance. Conditions, late night, remote highway, no wind, clear air. Duration, seconds. Eliminations, vulture, owl, debris. Signpost, optical trick. I asked him to repeat the part he hated describing. The unfurl. He did it twice, each time straight as a police report. Lateral expansion, minimal sound, no dust kicked up, then straight up and out. When we finished with the inventory, I had to pin down exactly where we found the mile marker and the bend with the low wash. He remembered a snag of tumbleweed flattened in the headlight's edge. I wrote all of it, not as a believer, not as a skeptic, just as the friend he called, because he knew I would get it down the way he gave it. I keep track. It's my job with our group when something odd happens and nobody wants to fight about it later. I tried on every ordinary explanation in my own mind. Large birds seize the car, lifts except heavy birds lurch and beat the air. Human in dark clothing playing a joke, except people flinch, prepare, shift weight. Optical trick, except tricks still leave a trace in the retelling that points back to where the angle fooled you. What I kept returning to was the absence of steps. No wind-up, no intermediate motion, just gone upward in a straight line. He said the figure wasn't threatening. It didn't come toward him. It didn't raise anything like arms. It just withdrew from visibility the fastest way available. That tone mattered to me. If he needed the story to scare me, he'd have told it differently. He didn't. He needed me to help him hold it steady while it cooled from shock to memory. I asked if he wanted to go back. He laughed. A short bark, more surprise than humor. Yeah, he said after a beat. But not alone. That told me what the stakes were. Not terror, but anticipation. If there was a chance of catching it again, we'd try. But we'd respect the isolation out there. You don't take chances on the shoulder in open country, even with nothing strange in the mix. We agreed on a return plan. Late hour, same route, pull over well before the wash. Park off the lane with hazards. Let the engine idle to keep the lights honest. Cameras, sure. Though we both know cameras fail in two common ways. They miss, or they make you doubt what you saw. The point wasn't proof, the point was attention. Stay oriented. Note wind direction, smell, any small animal activity. Keep our eyes on the spot where a person would wait for a ride, because that's where he first saw it. If something shows, we don't chase, we don't shout, we watch and mark. Practical rules keep you safe, even when nothing happens. That night, after we hung up, I stood at my window and looked between streetlights. The neighborhood looked normal, it always does, right up until someone tells you about a vertical exit that shouldn't belong to anything on the list. I tried to picture the motion without the language getting in the way. No flapping, no arc, a dismissal of gravity that left no signature. I didn't get uneasy, I got curious in a way that presses at your ribs from the inside. In the morning, he texted the exact time of the sighting. He wanted the timestamp written next to the mile marker, as if the two together might form a pattern later. I added weather. I added the condition of the shoulder. Tires will tell you recent use. None of that is supernatural. It's what you do when you've logged enough odd accounts to know the difference between a feeling and a fact. Here's my part people will mess with. I don't think he saw an animal do a magic trick. I think he saw a thing, whatever word you like for it. Exercise a way of leaving that we don't use. That's it, no final theory, no monster profile. I keep the human elements in the center. A friend on a lonely road, a compact shape at the edge, a clean motion that doesn't match the catalog, a decision to leave it alone and then go back with a plan. We'll go next week. We'll bring a thermos and the kind of patience that pays off even if nothing repeats. If the shoulder is just shoulder, we'll log that too. If the quiet is the only unusual element, we'll note the quiet. If a big bird lifts off and shows me that vertical is not as rare as I think, I'll write that down and sleep fine. And if the black shape is there and unscrolls again, I'll try to keep my eyes on the edges of the motion where the brain wants to look away. That's where the useful detail hides. When we ended the call, he said a line I can't stop replaying. Not poetic, not ominous, plain. It wasn't trying to scare me, he said. It was just done with being seen. I wrote that under the time and the place. I drew a small box around it so my eye would catch it later. It sits there now like a practical note on a clipboard, while the rest of my attention stares at a dark patch of shoulder and waits for the night to open up again. I was 15 the winter it happened. Old enough to know better, not old enough to ignore a dare. We were playing our nighttime game in the dense part of the neighborhood, the block where narrow alleys ran behind duplexes and the streetlights pooled in stingy circles. Snow crusted the fence rails and patched the roofs, but the alleys were mostly black. The air had that metal bite that makes your teeth ache when you breathe. We were crouched behind a parked sedan, breath steaming, when we heard the first shuffle, a soft scrape, then a drag, from near the big green utility unit across the alley, the one that hummed no matter how cold it got. We looked at each other and grinned. That would be Evan, we thought. He loved doubling back to spook us. "Don't blow it," I whispered. We slid along the car's bumper and crossed to the chain-link gate beside the unit. The metal casing reflected a blues-colored sliver of sky. It felt like we had the scene in hand. Catch him playing monster, laugh, reset. We paused at the corner, waiting for the jump that we thought we controlled. The shuffling stopped. The hum of the unit seemed to push everything else away. Then something rose. A head lifted just above the unit. Not pale like a face, white like knuckles. Smooth, hairless, matte in the alley light. Two dark eyes found us and held. No blink that I caught, no mouth that I could see. Just a still, precise watching, as if it had been waiting for us to arrive. My brain tried to pin it to something safe. Mask, prank, Evan. The air got thinner. I could smell cold metal and old snow and not much else. I didn't call out. Neither did my friend. We stood there inside a silence that made my neck feel exposed. We ran. No cue, no countdown. My shoulder clipped a plastic bin and sent it clanging into a patch of ice. My feet slid and grabbed. A low fence blurred past on my right. A dark yard opened on my left. The alley stretched away like a tunnel made of weak light. Behind us, nothing chased, or if it did, it didn't sound like chasing. I didn't risk a look. I didn't want to give it my back and my eyes at the same time. We didn't stop until the alleys gave way to wider streets and fuller light. I shoved my phone out with numb fingers and called Evan. He picked up on the second ring, winded, whispering from behind a hedgerow near the old church. He'd been there the whole time. He hadn't doubled back. He hadn't gone anywhere near the utility unit. We stood under a streetlight and let our breath even out. We could end it there, I said. We could call it a win and go home. But the thought of leaving it in the dark, unchecked, itched at the same part of me that made me take dares. We told each other we'd made a shape out of shadow. We told ourselves that going back was the adult thing to do, verify and move on. We walked back slower than we'd run. The cold had settled deeper, the kind that stiffens your jaw. Our footprints scarred the alley snow in long broken runs. The utility unit waited in the same spot, humming like it always did. We rounded the corner together and looked behind it. Nothing. No scuffs in the frozen dirt. No fresh prints. No smear on the casing where a hand might have grabbed for leverage. The snow along the base looked undisturbed except for our earlier approach. I pressed my palm to the metal. It vibrated faintly, steady as a refrigerator. My friend crouched and checked the small gap between the unit and the fence. Empty. We didn't do the usual post-game debrief. No jokes. No play-by-play. We cut through 2 blocks of quieter streets and split at the corner where our routes home forked. I kept my hands out of my pockets to feel the air and convinced myself I wasn't shaking. In the years since, when I tell it, people ask the same thing in different words. Are you sure it wasn't your friend? I get why. That was our first answer too, and it would have been a good one. We went toward the sound because we thought we knew who made it. That's what pulled us up to the unit and let us get close. That confidence felt bright and useful right up until it felt stupid. I think about the eyes most, not the whiteness of the head. I can chalk that up to light or frost or some lousy mask. But the way the eyes didn't startle when we appeared, they didn't widen, they didn't flick away to check for others. They settled, they measured. We were an item to be looked at, not a threat to be avoided. That detail bothers me in a way I can't file under prank. A mundane read exists, and I hold on to it when I need sleep. Maybe someone cut through the yards in a white balaclava and decided to hold still. Maybe the snow crust hid their prints. Maybe the angle from the alley made the eyes look wrong. If that's true, it fits every rule I understand about winter, light, and kids daring each other. It gives the story a lid. But when winter comes back and the streetlights drip those weak circles onto the pavement, the alley still tugs at me. I catch myself glancing down the line of dumpsters and fences, half ready to see that white lift again. I never do. The hum remains. The unit keeps its post. The snow goes soft, then hard, then melts. The thing that looked at us never appears in daylight, never leaves a mark I can point to. It is only what happened, with 2 friends and a humming box and a mistake about who was hiding. I don't have more than that. Just the sound of a shuffle, the rise of a head, the weight of eyes that didn't blink, and the way my feet decided for me. We went back and found nothing. We went home and said less than we felt. And every winter, passing that block, the memory lifts like breath on cold glass, and fades the same way, leaving the pain clear and the feeling still there. I was the oldest, which meant it was my idea and also my job to get us home if it went wrong. It went wrong at the ravine. The ditch behind the cul-de-sac ran black under scrub oak and box elder. The crossing everyone used wasn't a bridge so much as 2 flat rocks, where the water curved and the mud took your ankles. The county said they'd put in a footbridge next fiscal, which is the kind of date a grown-up can say with a straight face, while you nod like you'll still live here then. We were out after curfew. I had my brother Nick, our cousin Eli, and our neighbor Tasha. Home by 9. It was 9:30. My plan was 1 loop around the block, cut through the woods, no lights, nobody sees us. I didn't tell my mom that part when I left. I carried the little LED from the junk drawer, the one with batteries that die the same week taxes are due. I tapped it to stop the flicker. It kept flickering. Then it didn't. Good enough. I told them to keep low, saying it made me feel responsible, which is boring, right up until it matters. People around here talk about things on 2 legs with the wrong kind of legs. It sticks to the place the way damp sticks in a basement. You hear it at the diner, late, when the cook drops plates and the old men measure truth by how long they pause before sipping coffee. Down by the ravine, they say. Always the ravine. You're supposed to roll your eyes. I did. That night, I still did, just quieter. We cut through the chain link break on Maple. The streetlights stopped and the woods swallowed the edges of everything. No wind. The ditch water made a steady slap. I kept us on the narrow track along the fence and down to the crossing. I knew where to put my feet. I knew the roots that ran like cords under the dirt. I knew the 2 flat rocks by feel more than sight. The beam found the first rock, wet. The second rock showed a fresh smear of mud, as if someone had crossed ahead of us. My stomach pinched and I didn't know why. People crossed here. We did. It was nothing. I said we'd be quick. Phone's away, I said. Not because of what you think. My mom checks my location and I didn't need a line on a map running through posted land. Also, we dropped phones after onion rings at Danny's. And then I'm the one holding the bag, the rice and the receipt. I stepped onto the first rock. Water crowded my shoe. Second rock. I reached back for Tasha. The beam shook across the opposite bank. Brush. Fence shadow. The slope up to the maintenance path. Then the light hit legs. Not human legs. Goat legs. The kind you point out in a farm field off Route 7. Thick. Short hair. Matted, like it had rained and then stopped. A sharp angle at the ankle. A wrong joint for walking our way. They were attached to a body that stood up on 2 feet the way we did. The torso was tall. 5, 6, maybe 7 feet above the fence line on the far bank. Narrow shoulders. Arms hanging a little forward, like it hadn't decided how they should go. It turned its head when the light touched it. I say head because there isn't another word. The face didn't register in pieces. Just the fact of a face. A flat patch of light and a darker oval where breath moved. It saw us. It moved. It came in lurching leaps. Knees driving high. Hooves, if that's the word. Dropping into the scrub with dull cracks. Not smooth. Fast. 3 motions that made no sense put it at the lip of the opposite bank. And then it came off that bank into the air. No one waited to see how it would land. I shoved Tasha and said go. My voice was all chest. Eli's shoulder hit my back, and Nick's hand grabbed my shirt, and we ran. There wasn't room for talk. The woods had us, and we tore up the dirt track toward the fence break. Feet, branches, the ditch slapping at its banks. Behind us, it hit the rocks. I know the sound boots make on those rocks. This wasn't that a heavy 2-beat. One side landed wrong, and slid, and then found purchase. The rhythm was off, but it was closing. We didn't scream. Screaming would have been an idea, and we had no room for any. The flashlight beam swung over my knuckles and made trees jump and vanish. The path cut left around a deadfall. We slid in the soft dirt and kept going. My knees barked. A branch slapped my mouth. Leaf taste. I kept a hand on Nick's back and kept him in front of me. I knew the steps to the fence break without numbers. Just habit from walking it after homework with a soda I wasn't supposed to have. The chain link cut opened in front of us. Shoulder high, 1 person wide. Tasha went first. Her jacket snagged. I yanked and fabric tore. Eli dove low, banged an elbow, swore, didn't stop. I turned to pull Nick and caught a slice of the path in the flashlight. It was there between the trees, moving like it had learned running from a video, and was trying it in a body that didn't fit. It stepped wrong, and recovered. 1 leg planted. The other came down sideways and knocked Brush flat. A short force sound came out of it, like air pushed through a small space. Worse than a roar. It meant lungs. It meant heat. It was in our air. I got Nick through. I ducked. Cut wire combed my scalp. I stood on the other side and the fence thrummed. I didn't check the distance. I put my hand on Eli's shoulder and we ran for the street. Streetlight hit us in flat slabs. Backyards opened into right angles. I knew. The cul-de-sac showed its chalk lines, and the basketball hoop with the half-missing net. A dog barked behind the back door, and the sound fell off. My heart tripped and caught up. I looked back once. The break in the fence framed the dark track. Nothing came through. We didn't stop in the street. We didn't stand under a light to gasp and call ourselves idiots. None of it was funny, and we weren't idiots. We went straight to my house. I had keys. I missed the lock twice and then hit it. We went in. I set the flashlight on the counter and killed the kitchen light because it made the windows look like holes. We stood with our backs to the cabinets and listened. You expect whatever is outside to catch up to what's in your head. Nothing did. I made them sit. I got 4 glasses. Tap water. My hand shook and the water shivered in the glass. That made it real. Not the legs. Not the leap. The fridge motor turning over like usual, while the rest wasn't, pal. That made it real. Not the legs, not the leap. We didn't call anyone. We didn't tell my mom. We didn't call the sheriff and say a thing with wrong legs chased us at the crossing. We didn't want to explain why we were out. We didn't want to list the small rules and tie them to the one big rule the old men repeat at the diner. Don't go down by the ravine at night. We sat and drank water and looked at each other and didn't say it. When I could, I washed mud off my shoe at the sink. It came away in sheets, grit in the cloth. I rinsed it and didn't look at the drain. In the morning, I walked past the crossing on my way to the bus stop. Daylight made the ditch look like a weekend job for a backhoe. On the far bank, the scrub lay flattened in a low, broad mark, like a heavy box had dropped and dragged. On the rocks, last night's mud had a clean scuff that tapered toward our side. A deer could do that. A person could do that. I made each explanation and set it down. None picked the weight up. We didn't go back to the crossing after dark. No promise. We just didn't. If one of us cut through in daylight, we texted when we left the sidewalk and when we hit the other side. Even when I told them not to waste battery. I carried the better flashlight after that. The rubber grip one from the garage with fresh cells. Heavier. It belongs in a hand. At Danny's a week later, the waitress with the chipped red polish asked if we'd heard talk about the thing by the ravine. She said it like weather. I said no and paid cash. On Maple, new orange tape fluttered near the fence break. The county sign said no trespassing. Someone wrote good in Sharpie underneath. It didn't read like a joke. I'm putting this down because there isn't anything else to do with it. We were at the crossing. A tall figure stood on the far bank. It had goat legs. It saw us. It leaped toward us in motions that should have fallen and didn't. We ran. We got home. We didn't tell anyone who would make us re-say it with questions we can't answer. We keep to the sidewalks now when the sun goes down. If we cut through, we do it in pairs, and push the gate by the ball fields and walk around, even if it adds time. It isn't a posted rule. It's how we live. I don't know what we saw. I know where we were, what we did, and how the fence wire bit my scalp. I know the ditch holds the sound of feet longer than it should. When I pass the crossing in daylight, I don't look at the rocks. I take Maple and keep my eyes on the street. I get home before 9. If we're late, we take the long way. I knew something was wrong before I saw it. The woods went flat. No birds, no bugs, no wind in the birch leaves, and my cousin Ben bumped my shoulder because I stopped in the middle of the trail. He asked if I'd lost the map. I said no and didn't add that the map was a free brochure and the ink had already bled from sweat. I didn't love being the guy who got us turned around again. We were in the back end of the state forest outside Marquette. Mid-afternoon, late summer. Narrow trail, scrub fir on both sides. Damp soil under the needles. We'd walked this loop since we were kids. I knew every root that grabbed ankles, every deadfall with the soft spots, the stump on the left that looked like a seat and wasn't. I was 16 and proud of being the one who could move quiet and read tracks and get us back to the truck with dry socks. Ben wasn't built for silence. He clicked his water bottle cap every time we paused. I told him to quit it. He said he didn't notice he was doing it. That was Ben. He would have apologized to a fence post for being in the way. I lifted my hand for him to stop moving. Because the quiet had a weight to it. Not dramatic, just the kind that makes your skin sit wrong. I listened. No branch rub, no fly, no late summer sigh in the leaves. It wasn't normal for that trail. We were close to the clearing by the old house. The house wasn't really a house anymore, just a square of fieldstone and a leaning porch frame where kids dared each other to take pictures at night. Daylight took the teeth out of it. We cut toward the clearing because my plan was to hit open ground, find the porch line and run the straight chute back to the fire road. I wanted sky. I wanted something that let me fix bearings. I stepped out of the pines first. The clearing lay flat and pale, a dish of dry grass with the dark rectangle of the porch frame at the far end. I took 2 more steps, squinting against the white light off the grass, and then I saw it. My legs didn't push another inch. The thing crouched by a young maple at the near edge of the open ground, not 10 yards off the trail. One clawed hand circled the trunk, like it was steadying itself or testing the flex. It looked like a wolf the size of a refrigerator that had been stood up and made to think about it. The head sat forward from the shoulders. The ears were set high. The chest was broad and deep. It was big 7 feet if it drew itself up. Easy. Several hundred pounds. The numbers landed before I wanted them. Its fur lay tight against the muscle. Its legs bunched under it, ready. I say legs because that's what they were, not hind legs, not a man's legs. Just thick, jointed limbs that fit the rest of it. It balanced on two with the tree in its hand, and the curve of its back said it could move. The quiet pressed harder. Ben came up behind me and breathed an "oh." Too soft to carry. He saw it. I knew he did because his hand found my pack strap, and that is not something he did on normal days. The head turned. The eyes didn't shine or glow. They were dark and steady and tracking. It knew both of us. I had a thought I still don't like to admit. It was deciding. I didn't say anything calm. I said back. My voice came out low and exact, like it belonged to someone else who had considered the choices already. The choices were, do not run or do run. I knew all the rules about wildlife. You don't run from a predator because you trigger the chase. You back away. You make yourself big. You talk. Fine rules when you're dealing with things I'd seen before. I took one step back. The thing let the maple go. It straightened a little and the claws opened and closed once. I saw the size of its hand against the bark. The bark was scarred. That's how I know it wasn't pose or shadow. The gouges were there. The maple shivered, and then was still because the air had gone nowhere. I took another step back. Ben's fingers dug into my strap and then fell away. If Ben ran, I was going to run. If he didn't, I was going to get him to the clearing, and then to the house foundation, and then to the road. That was the plan. Make distance where the ground didn't grab ankles. The thing dropped from a crouch to a stance that read forward. Its weight moved onto the front of its feet. It decided. The first motion came sudden and sure, like it had been ready 3 minutes, and gave me those minutes for some reason that didn't include me. It pushed off the ground and came at us on 2 limbs. We ran. We hit the open grass and cut toward the porch frame because that line aimed us at the road beyond. The sun was bright and flat, and the clearing stretched longer than it ever had. Ben pumped his arms like he was trying to row the ground. I kept my feet high to avoid catching a tuft and going face first. I didn't look back on the first 10 strides. On the next I had to. It covered ground fast on 2. Its steps were long and even, and the head didn't bob. It was quiet. That quiet had the same wrong weight, only now it ran with us. When it hit the open grass, it changed. The front limbs came down and it ran on 4. The shift wasn't a stumble, it was a choice that made sense for it. I saw the claws bite into dirt. I saw the sod tear. The ground was dry. I didn't shout for Ben to go faster because his breath had lifted into a ragged wheeze, and shouting would cut mine shorter. I moved my legs. I kept my arms tight. I ran straight so I wouldn't give it angles. One fact from the deer paths in the track field held in my head. If something heavier moves at your speed longer, it closes on you. The old porch frame grew from a shape into wood, with splinters and nails, and a crossbeam that used to hold a roof. We cut through it. My shoulder brushed the upright. The wood put a line of dust on my shirt that stayed until my mother shook it out over the sink. That small thing is mine, and it is how the world stayed solid when the rest wasn't. The ground dropped a little there. The path to the road ran tight against a stand of black spruce, and then widened where the old lawn ended. We hit that drop and used it. We hit the shade on the far side and used it, because cool air helps lungs that are burning. I looked back again. It was closer. The distance wasn't yards anymore. It had 4 down and a mouth open, just enough to pull air. Its teeth were teeth. The fur along the shoulders rose and then lay flat as it ran. It made no sound. The silence ran with its feet. I thought about cutting left to jump the drainage rut behind the porch, so it might take the straight line and lose a foot in the hole. I didn't do it. Ben was on my right, and if I broke, he'd brake late, and one of us would go down. I kept the road in my head and the next stretch in my eyes. I shortened my breaths and pushed. The spruce thinned. The trail stepped downhill and opened. Ahead, the old driveway, 2 ruts of packed dirt with grass in the middle. Beyond that, the narrow strip of the fire road bright as a promise. The clearing on that side ran right up to the road. Nothing to trip on for the last stretch if your legs still answered. They did. I pushed. Ben pushed. The thing pushed. It didn't surge. It kept the same cut of speed like a distance runner who knows his pace. I had a thought that it had done this before. Not with us, but with something that knew how to run. I let the thought go. Thinking didn't add air. We broke the line of scrub. Our boots hit the driveway hard. The packed dirt held. I forced myself not to stumble on the shift from loam to clay. The fire road stood 20 strides off. A line. A change. Roads are boundaries where I grew up. You cross them and trouble changes shape enough to give you a chance. Maybe that isn't true. It felt true enough to pull me. Ben went a half step ahead. He had longer legs. He threw his weight into the last strides. I matched him. We hit the road. Everything stopped. Not our legs. Not our hearts. The soundlessness stopped. The woods came back on like a light wind in the birch leaves. A fly in my ear. A crow calling from somewhere behind the ruin of the house. My hearing filled. My chest remembered how air works when it isn't made of lead. I didn't decide to look back. My head went anyway. The thing stood just inside the grass, 2 feet on the ground, one hand on a spruce trunk like earlier, steady and ready, the other hand held near its chest. It was there, and it was not crossing. It held under the branch line. The limbs were full of shade. Its face was half shadow and half afternoon. It watched us. It knew the road. It knew the line. It didn't snarl. It didn't charge. It didn't do anything large. It just watched. We walked backward a few steps because pride makes you pretend you're not going to sprint again. Then we sprinted because pride is weaker than fear when your back is open ground. We ran the road without talking until the truck came into view at the gate. I had clipped the keys to my belt loop. My hands got them free on the second try. We got in. The door shut. I thumbed the lock and turned the engine. The ordinary engine noise was too loud. I loved it. We didn't tell anyone anything at first. I drove us home. We did not stop for gas at the station on County Road 553 because I didn't want to stand outside. We did not get sandwiches at the corner store because Ben said he wasn't hungry, and I believed him. At the house, we sat on the back step and drank water like we'd been out in the sun a week. Nobody asked why we were quiet. Nobody had to. That night, I didn't sleep long. When I did, I woke with my arms braced like I was still running that last stretch. My legs twitched hard enough to bump the bed frame. I got up, went to the sink, and ran cold water until it tracked down my wrist. I stared at the line of dust the porch beam had left on my shirt where it hung from a chair. I left the shirt there. That was my proof. In the morning, my mother shook the dust out over the sink without comment. Proof turned to rinse water. I went back a week later by myself, because that is who I was then. I took the fire road and walked to the old driveway and stood at the edge where the grass starts. The woods sounded normal. A nuthatch hammered on a dead limb. A mosquito found the soft of my knee. I took one more step toward the grass and felt that clean wrong stillness drop down. I listened hard. I didn't hear anything but my own breath. I stood long enough to hear my breath slow. I didn't go in. I turned around and walked back to the truck with the sun on my neck and the road under my boots. Ben and I talked about it once, a couple of months later when we were sorting out duck decoys before fall. He said we saw what we saw. I said we did. Then we moved the decoys into a straighter line so they'd sit right on the water. That was the closest we came to a conclusion. I know the rules: don't run. Make noise, make yourself big. I also know how it felt in that clearing with a thing the size of a man. and more bounding across dry grass with the quiet riding it. I don't square those two sets of knowledge. I don't try. I keep to the fire road when I'm out that way. I look for the line and stay on it. I don't say why to anyone who hasn't stood there. I didn't know why the woods went silent. I didn't know why it held a tree like that, or why it ran on 2 and then on 4. I didn't know why it stopped at the edge of the road and let us go. I still don't. I can tell you the size of its hand against a young maple and where the bark gave. I can tell you the stretch between the porch frame and the road when you've got nothing left to spend. That's all I've got. By late afternoon, the light on the old mountain outpost went thin and metallic. The cabin was timbered and splintering, the kind of place with old stories tucked into its corners. We came for quiet, we got everything else. The trouble started with snakes. The first small banded, not quite right, slid under the porch and parked itself under the woodpile. My mother made a clipped sound I hadn't heard since I was a kid. A local who'd stopped by on his way down glanced at the yard and said they're heavy this year. Rattlers nesting low. No smile. He acted like our being there was an offense. Other signs followed. A black bear nosed the tree line before dusk. Big and casual, dark as an open doorway. My wife spotted it first. There, she said, quiet, chin pointing. She had our son on her hip. He was too warm and too quiet, limp since after lunch. We did the usual cool cloth, fluids, the checks you do to convince yourself you're still in control. He lay heavy and unresponsive, eyes half-lidded, breath shallow and even. Inside, the place smelled like damp rope and mouse nests. My mother wouldn't put her back to the door. She kept glancing at the rear window like she expected a face. We angled toward leaving. If he perks up, we go. If he doesn't, we go anyway. If night falls first, we try to hold till morning. The light thinned a wire. When dark finally came, it came hard. Cold dropped in fast. We nested our son on the couch under blankets. He didn't stir. He had that fixed, far-off look I've seen in hospital waiting rooms and swore I'd never see in my own house. My mother cleared her throat. "I dreamed this," she said. "She doesn't make speeches and she doesn't do premonitions. You," she said, nodding at me. "Snakes. A bear at the trees. Something about a child. You were at a window, you said. It's not natural. Then you threw something. The throwing mattered." She went quiet. My wife pressed her palm to our son's chest and watched for the rise. I went outside to load the car. The dark out there had weight. The moon cut through branches and flashed on edges. I kept the flashlight low to keep my own breath from reflecting back at me. I carried bags, a cooler, a box of food. Each walk off the porch felt like stepping into a mouth. The yard had that staged quiet, as if it was waiting for me to get a little farther from the door. The sound started as a distant thudding. It reshaped itself once my brain caught up. Not one animal, several, heavy, running, then pacing. The arc moved around the cabin, far, near, far again, then closer. Not deer, wrong weight, wrong rhythm. Inside, a window glowed. In the glass, I saw my mother tilt her head, listening. They heard it too. I stood there with keys in my fist and a bag of diapers on my shoulder. Instincts filing reports. "You're not alone. You're being assessed. Don't run." I told myself elk. I told myself local guys rolling slow. Lights off, testing the city people. I told myself anything with straight angles. The sounds drew a slow circle around us, measuring. Inside, our son didn't move. The pacing hushed. That brittle, intentional quiet hung there. I finished the last crate, set it into the trunk, and turned back toward the door. Two eyes lifted out of the dark. Close, 3 or 4 feet, low to the ground, about knee height. The moon caught them and they went green, rimmed with gold, like glass with metal dust in it. A growl uncoiled just above the dirt. It wasn't the bear. Wrong height, wrong pitch. The sound claimed the space. It didn't warn. It said I was standing in something else's lane. I froze. I could feel the vibration in the soles of my shoes. The eyes didn't blink. For a second, layered under the fear, something narrow and clear landed. I was being stopped. There was a condition. I didn't know it yet. I took a single step back. The growl rose a half note. No lunge. The circle just tightened. I didn't call out. Some courtesy I didn't ask for kept my voice down. I started to raise the flashlight, then lowered it again. The eyes quivered, then steadied. A line of branches slid across the moon and dimmed the yard. With that dim, the growl cut down in volume, as if it wanted to be felt more than heard. My wife called my name from inside. Just that, but it snapped the air. The eyes flicked toward the window and back. The growl stopped. Not faded, stopped. The suddenness made my stomach drop. I went in. My wife stood rigid, hand on the chair back. "It's here," she said. "What?" "Don't look at the floor," she said, which meant look at the floor. Between the couch and the wall, small and sure, lay a coiled rattlesnake. The rattle moved just enough to give a dry, intermittent whisper. Young or just small, it didn't belong there, and it had reached the couch without a sound. Our son lay inches away, turned toward it, breath shallow. My mother's dream crowded the room. "It's not natural," she said. Flat. Something in me decided without asking me. I mapped the route around the chair, past the coffee table, keep the path narrow. I took the throw blanket from the arm of the couch like I was going to cover our son. The snake watched. The rattle stopped. "I'm going to pick it up," I said. It wasn't bravado, it was an instruction to my hands. "I'm going to throw it out." "Don't," my mother said. "You'll get bit." "Do it," my wife said. Her voice sounded far down a hall. I draped the blanket, slow and high, and dropped it just short of the coils. Then I scooped and flicked in one move. The snake snapped a tight, fast arc. It missed my knuckles by something thinner than luck. It landed on the blanket and writhed into the folds. I grabbed the corners like netting a fish. The rattle went off full, angry and papery, loud inside the cotton. It filled the room and the doorway, and my skull. I held the bundle out and went to the window instead of the door. I didn't trust the door anymore. I popped the latch, shoved the sash up, and flung the whole thing into the dark. The blanket flashed white in the moonlight and fell. The rattle bled into the night sounds. As it left my hand, something unhooked. Not a pressure change, not a draft. Just that held breath feeling finally leaving the chest. Behind me, my son cried. Not a whimper. A full, indignant cry. He turned his face up, eyes wet and focused, hands reaching for my wife like we were late to our own lives. I put my palm to his forehead. The heat started to pull away under my hand. He made his usual cranky waking sound. He was back. For a few seconds, none of us moved. The room changed tone. Not warmer or colder, true. Corners lost their weight. The furniture stopped looking like shadows. I heard the regular night again. Bugs, the creak, brush noise from small normal lives. Whatever had paced the perimeter was gone. The heavy footfalls didn't exist anymore. I went outside with the flashlight because I had to know. The blanket lay 20 feet off the porch, spread like a dropped flag. No snake. The ground was dry pine duff. No sign of anything. I stood there wondering if I'd imagined the weight in my hands. At the tray line, 2 low green sparks appeared. They blinked once, flattened and went out. We packed steady. No speeches, no more locals, no bear. My wife held our son with his head on her shoulder in the regular human way. My mother kept touching him and pulling her hand back like she didn't trust what she felt. She didn't bring up the dream again. We drove down with the windows cracked an inch to let the cabin out. Dirt gave way to pavement. The sky started to get that pale edge before morning. Our son laughed once at nothing. A single soft burst. The hair on my arms settled. We didn't trade explanations. We watched mile markers and looked for an open diner. In the weeks after, I tried to sort it into safe bins. Fever breaks, adrenaline spikes. Animals do animal things. Minds make patterns. I tried living in one bin at a time. Then one night at home, I walked past my son's door and heard him take a deep owned breath in his sleep. A clean line came up and sat there. Not a theory, a rule I could act on next time. Some things circle until you acknowledge them. Some things leave when you name them. Sometimes one small poisonous presence holds a whole perimeter in place. And the move that breaks it is simple. Pick it up and throw it into the dark. By mid-afternoon, the hayfields were copper and green, under a flat blue sky. We drifted along County Highway 12 with the windows cracked. Cut alfalfa and warm dust came through the cab. The irrigation pivots threw bright arcs that blinked through the fence posts as we passed. It was the kind of quiet that makes you loosen your grip on the wheel and think about nothing in particular. My cousin rode shotgun. Relative is easier than explaining the family tree. He's practical. Twine for belts. Duct tape for everything else. I'm the opposite. I keep a scanner app, a notebook, and a low threshold for oddities. Call it belief if you want. I call it paying attention. He straightened suddenly, boot thumping off the dash. What the hell is that? I followed his finger to the right shoulder where asphalt slid into a shallow ditch and a low wind-pushed berm. At first I read it as a man stepping up from the weeds. Then the shape corrected in my head. Too long through the body, neck tucked, shoulders hunched under a coat that wasn't fur so much as a dusty coarse hide. It stood upright, man-sized but not a man, balanced for a heartbeat like it was testing vertical. I eased off the gas. The truck nosed down and hummed. The figure turned its head. I couldn't pick eyes out of the glare. I only registered the tilt, the way a hood moves when someone looks. Then it went down on all fours. No stumble, no awkward crouch, hips folded cleanly in a way a person can't manage. It flattened and loped across the gravel, over the berm in 2, maybe 3 long, low motions. The movement didn't read as a costume, it read as practiced. My body logged it before my mind did. Predator said something old and small inside me. I braked to a stop at the berm. My cousin had his door open and was out before I cut the engine. The valley lay open on all sides. Square miles of fields combed into lines, dry ditches, a few cottonwoods staked to a seasonal creek, pivots ticking. The berm was nothing but 2 feet of sifted dirt and foxtail, plus a shed snakeskin snagged on straw. Beyond it, bare level earth to the next property fence a long way off. No culverts big enough to hold a calf, let alone something upright and man-sized. No boulders, no brush, no place to be. Where'd it go, he said. I stepped onto the shoulder. Red gravel crunched under my boots. The air felt weirdly charged even though the sky was clean. I'm not reckless, and I'm not interested in getting my name read out on a farm report. Curiosity for me has rules. Stay visible. Keep the truck between you and unknown ground if you can. Watch your corners. There were fresh scuffs in the grit. I won't oversell them. Not prints, just disturbed patches. A low drag where something had carried weight close to the ground. A broad pressure that could have been a palm, or could have been a knee too splayed to read. They pointed over the berm and then broke up into the wind-ruffled surface of the field. No continuation. Nothing clean enough to cast or even photograph with confidence. You could make anything out of them if you wanted. I only wanted the part where they ended without a place to go. Upright, my cousin said behind me, still staring at the open field. The sarcasm had dropped out of his voice. I saw it upright. Before it... He folded a hand in the air as if closing a pocket knife. Before it went down. I saw it too, I said. He needed it squared. So did I. A neighbor's truck came from the west and rolled past at an easy clip. 2 fingers off the wheel. We gave 2 fingers back. If he noticed, we were parked at the edge of nothing, studying nothing. He didn't show it. The highway stitched on, heat feathered above it in a thin shimmer. The far hills looked like ribs under skin. We checked the ditch. We walked the lip of the field for a 1/4 mile, keeping the truck in view and the road noise on our left. We crouched at every dark slit and shadow where a hawk might tuck itself. The only thing that moved was Foxtail and a black beetle working a groove. Back at the berm, I stood still and let the picture rebuild in order. His exclamation, my look, the upright figure, the head turn, the drop to all fours, the loping movement over the dirt, the vanish beyond a 2-foot berm into an open empty field. That was the sequence. No missing step, no hole I could patch by blaming my angle or the sun. If this was a prank, this would be the place where someone stood up laughing. Nobody did. Coyote, my cousin said when we were in the cab again. He was doing the responsible thing, working the list. Not at that height, I said, and not upright first. I kept my tone even. There's a point where telling someone they're wrong makes both of you more stubborn about the wrong thing. Someone in a suit, he said. Road workers mess around. In July, in a field with nowhere to hide and no truck? I asked him. I swept my hand toward all that space. Where's the payoff? He rubbed at the bridge of his nose and stared out over the rows. The pivots creaked. The radio picked up again with a market update, and the world sounded normal on the speaker. We pulled back onto the highway. Our shadow stretched over the furrows, and then slid off us. We didn't talk for several miles. The quiet felt like the kind you don't tiptoe through, just in case it's covering something you haven't seen yet. At the next junction, the light thickened. The valley does that before evening wind. Fences start humming. You can smell water standing in distant ditches. We turned toward home. Maybe we missed it, he said after a while. Maybe, I said. We both knew we had stood there long enough to catch anything that wanted to be caught. At home, the evening unrolled cleanly. Leftovers. A game on TV. 2 small arguments about nothing important. I showered and found a thin red grit in the bottom of the tub from the shoulder. I rinsed it away and felt foolish for looking twice. Later, at the table with the notebook, I wrote down only what happened. County Highway 12. Mid-afternoon to sunset window. Clear weather. Open agricultural valley. One witness initiates attention. What the hell is that? Second witness confirms sighting. Figure observed upright at roadside. Non-human, man-sized. Figure transitions rapidly to all fours. Moves with practiced fluency. Vanishes behind low berm. Immediate search reveals no plausible concealment in the field beyond. No culverts, no brush, no structures. Fresh scuffs on shoulder, inconclusive. Outcome, safe exit, enduring confusion. That's it. No theory, no monster name. No brave chase into the rows. I won't pretend the story is bigger than it is. I did make one choice. I drove back 2 evenings later, just before the sun went down. Same sky, same fields, same berm. I parked farther back and watched the shoulder for 20 minutes with the truck off and the windows down. The sound of the pivots carried better without the engine. A meadowlark worked a fence post. A semi blew past and rocked the cab. Nothing moved that wasn't supposed to. I walked the berm, checked the ditch, and went home. That didn't answer anything. It helped anyway. If you think believing in strange things means you collect explanations, I can't help you there. What I keep is a list of clean events, and the order they arrived in. When the order is wrong, I don't correct it with a story. I mark it and I let it sit. That's all this is. A mark where the world didn't behave the way it usually does in daylight, on a straight road, in an open valley, with both of us watching. The place itself is still nothing special. 2 feet of wind-laid dirt, foxtail moving in one direction, until the breeze shifts, a snakeskin snagged on straw, a field that holds heat and gives it back slow. I can stand there and point to every ordinary thing that stayed ordinary. The only thing that won't settle is the gap between upright and gone. It sits there in my notes like a blank line. I'm not going to fill. We left that stretch the way we found it. The highway unwound ahead. The cab held the day's heat a little too long. The market report droned and then faded to static as we dropped behind a low rise. Nothing chased us. Nothing called us back. We exited into an evening that didn't know we'd stopped. Safe, if that's the word. The confusion part doesn't ride in the bed or stain the boots. It comes along anyway and takes the passenger seat for a while. I didn't believe my cousin much. He tells things like they're nothing. Flat voice, long pauses, a shrug at the end. That morning before sunrise, he wasn't like that. He stood on my porch and stared across the lots. "Your dog isn't in the yard," he said later, but the first thing he said then was nothing. He waited for me to come out. The air had that dry metal taste you get before heat. Yucca and dust. Old cars left to die along the fences. Pinto usually shadowed my ankles the second the door opened. No pause on the steps. No tag sound. I whistled. The whistle went nowhere because nothing else in that hour had started yet. "I didn't want to come out alone," my cousin said. "Had to pee, heard something." He stopped like he bit the rest off. We crossed the dirt toward the old Buick a couple lots over. It sat low in the sand. Windows filmed with grime. A glove compartment that had been punched so often it hawked open at the hinge. My cousin held his phone like a badge and kept the beam ahead of us, careful not to point it where he didn't want to see. Before I got all the way to the door, I saw it. Fur caught in the weather stripping, stuck there in little ragged flags. Dark clots rubbed along the window frame. On the metal below, 4 neat gouges ran parallel, each clean enough to shine at the edge. The door skin was peeled up a hair, as if something had tried to lift it with a hand it didn't exactly have. "Don't touch it," my cousin said. His voice stayed level like a radio. "What did you hear?" "A laugh," he said. "Human, but wrong." We angled the light into the back seat. The beam shook once. Something sat there on the bench, folded up the way a person sits when they don't plan to stand. Patchy fur, sickly skin showing in yellow-gray islands between what remained, like mange gone on too long. The neck turned slow, measured, like it was borrowing the movement from somebody's memory. I caught the eyes first, dull film over them but focused. Then the mouth set into a grin, full and deliberate. The teeth were long and jagged, crowding at angles that didn't agree with each other. The laugh that came wasn't a bark or a coyote yip. It was cold and thin, a human cadence run through the wrong throat. I put my hand on my cousin's sleeve. We took 3 backward steps together. We didn't run. Running reads like permission out here. I tried Pinto's name again anyway. It sounded like I'd dropped a plate in a carpeted room. We turned and walked back to the house because that was the only choice that made sense. Inside, we made coffee we didn't drink. Pinto's leash sat on the table like a tool you only notice when you've lost the job. We didn't say much. The quiet in the walls matched what was outside. When the ridge warmed and the first light got over it, I put on gloves and took a trash bag. I told myself daylight clears things. The Buick looked smaller with the sun on it, more obviously trash than threat. The window frame didn't lie. Fur pressed into the rubber, blood dried to a tacky glaze. Paw prints smeared down the door with grit stitched into the edges. I pressed a fingertip through the glove into one of the gouges, and felt the metal's burr catch even that thin layer. In the sand by the rear tire, Pinto's prints wove around in circles the way he does when he's deciding which scent to believe. Over top of them, a different mark crossed light on heel, long in the forefoot, almost fingered at the toes. The desert takes impressions honestly. These looked like the desert had allowed something to test standing up. I found a few of Pinto's hairs snagged along the raised lip of the door, and took them, because taking something felt like action. I didn't look back into the car. I didn't want the daylight version of that grin. We never found Pinto. I told people later that a coyote must have found a way under the fence or someone left a gate open. People can live with a mistake better than they live with an empty explanation. The Buick stayed where it was. The marks stayed where they were. My cousin stopped telling jokes for a while. I kept the leash near the door because putting it away felt like giving up. Some mornings I wake before the birds and go out on the porch because that's what my body does now. The air is clean and has that same metal edge. I look over at the Buick and check the lines and the dust around it, and then I go back inside before I start hearing that laugh in the part of the morning where there isn't any sound yet. I'm careful when the glass shows me a grin in my own reflection. I look away first. That's as close as I let it get. That's what I can control. The rest of it sits where it sits, in a dead car with its door slightly lifted and a window frame that still holds what it took. Story 11. The flat clear. We went out to sweat, not to get a story. Last good weekend before the weather turned. Torres said an old fire road cut east through the pines and dropped into a meadow you could cross fast. He said his girlfriend liked the view from the ridge. I brought a small pack and my habit of scanning, the kind security forces drills into you until it's the way you walk. Storm heat laid over the woods. Light got copper at the edges. Thunder grumbled far off and never closed the distance. At first the quiet felt normal. Then it pressed. No birds, no insect whine, no leaf flicks that weren't ours. It took a minute to register because the absence of noise doesn't trip an alarm like sound does. When I noticed all at once. We stepped into a clearing that looked ironed, flat as if graded. In the middle, a picnic table sat too big for itself. Thick legs, a top as wide as a door. Bench seats set high. The whole thing was painted in blocks of mint green, salmon, powder blue. Drips had run in slow ladders and dried there. No names carved, no cans. The grass around it lay unbothered, like the table had grown up through it. Who drags that out here? Torres said, low. No answer, obviously. We picked up the path on the far side and walked 20 steps into pines. The tent sat just off the track. Small, open. 4 packs inside, stacked like they'd been arranged. Women's clothes were laid out, folded sweater, leggings, 2 sports bras draped over the mesh. No fire ring anywhere. No cook pot. No food. No smell of smoke. The pine needles on the ground take prints easy. The only fresh tracks in or out were ours. Hello, I called because that's what you do before you decide what to do next. Nothing. We didn't unzip the packs. We didn't pretend we were allowed to. We backed out to the meadow and the quiet pressed again. Then the sedan rolled out from the trees on the far side and stopped just off the path, halfway between us and the way we came in. Old 2-door, primer patches, low. The driver watched us over the wheel. Passenger sat blank with a shaved head that caught the last daylight. Someone lay on the back seat on their side, knees tucked facing the cushion like a sick kid or a prop. The driver eased forward a foot. The car now sat exactly where you would have to walk to leave. I raised a hand to show intent to pass. Nothing moved in any of the faces. The passenger smiled with just his mouth, no eyes. The air had that taste you notice when rain hasn't arrived yet. The table looked bigger from that angle. The path looked narrower. Pack into the trees, I said to Torres without taking my eyes off the car. We pivoted and went. The sedan shifted to block more of the open ground but didn't follow. It couldn't. That car didn't belong between trunks. It idled as a sound marker while we moved fast through the pines. Feet high, steps soft. Not running until we had cover and slope under us. Once the trees took the sightlines away, we let the hill have us and got careless with branches because the goal had changed to distance. We hit a road half a mile south of where we planned and didn't talk until we had the truck doors shut. The first drops finally hit and stippled the dust into dark coins. On the drive out, we passed a ranger station, and I went in because leaving a setup like that behind you without telling somebody isn't something you do. Not with that many signals at once. I gave a clean report. Flat clearing. Oversized table and paint blocks. Stage tent with women's clothes. 4 to 5 packs. No fire sign. No other tracks. Sedan with 3 occupants. 1 lying in back, blocking behavior. I used the words that keep everyone on task. Unsecured campsite. Suspicious contact. Possible foul play, attempted blockade. The ranger brought a deputy. The deputy called a trooper. We rode back up in the rain with them. The clearing was a meadow again, schlumpy with gopher mounds. Wet grass laid down in patches. Ordinary. No table. No scrape marks. The tent site was bare ground and needles like any other square of forest. If someone cleaned it, they did it fast. If it was weather, it was convenient. The sedan hadn't left anything readable now that the top layer of dust wore a skin of water. The deputy looked like a man standing in front of an empty locker with his name on it. They took statements anyway. They said they'd check again at first light. In the next week, I called twice for follow-up. They went back once with more people. They didn't find anything. A month later, I walked out there with Torres again, just to see if our heads had inflated it. The woods sounded like woods again, jays, gnats, the full mess. The meadow was crooked and honest. No flats, no oversized paint. People ask why we didn't take a picture. We didn't, because the second you understand that what you're in is human and built, your hands go to tasks that get you distance. Phones are for afterward. Afterward wasn't guaranteed. The point wasn't a story. The point was not being in the middle of someone's machine. That's what it was. A lure in the quiet. A place to stop you. A tent stage to hold your attention. Clothing that tells you women are out there somewhere. A car that arrives on cue to block the exit. A back seat that shows you a problem so you'll stand there and try to solve it. I still think about the table. Not because it was spooky, but because it was useful. You see something scaled wrong and painted like a playground in a place that never sees kids. You stop. You look. If you're the kind of person who helps, you call out. If you're trained, you mark it and back away. We did the second thing. It felt like the right choice standing there with rain on my hat brim and no evidence left to hand over. The birds came back on the drive out. I listened to them the way you listen to traffic after a long field exercise. It was just noise. It was also proof that the world outside that clearing had gone back to normal. That's what I used to sleep. That and the choice to leave fast when the car's nose moved to take the path. Pre-dawn winter makes its own kind of silence. I'd hunted these state game lands long enough to read that quiet. The clean cold, the honest creak in a frozen branch. The way scents go thin and metallic. That morning, the cold carried something it shouldn't have. A hot, rotting stench rolled out of the hollow below the ridge. The kind of smell that belongs behind a diner. Not an air that could snap a twig to splinters. I stopped on the ridge crest. Shotgun tucked in the crook of my arm. Wool biting the heel of my palm through the stock. Breath smoked. No headlights on any logging road. No boot tracks. Just that smell, thick and wrong, as if a warm vent had opened in the snow somewhere out of sight. Earlier, my partner Dale had paused at a cut in the pines and said he'd seen something tall cross the gap. Bipedal, he'd said, and then he'd laughed too hard at his own word choice and kept moving. Now he was 10 yards off my right shoulder, quiet. The first rock came in from my left. Not a pebble. It thudded down the slope, hit a dead log, then clacked off exposed stone. I froze. Another came from a little higher, bounced quick and erratic, thrown, not fallen. Then a third, closer, skipping and chattering dry through frost-brittle leaves. Cut it out, I whispered in Dale's direction, voice too thin in the cold. No answer. The stink swelled until I could taste it, then thinned, then swelled again. A fist-sized stone skipped and settled 10 feet away. The angles were wrong for debris. These came from just below the lip, from a pocket of laurel, and young hemlock knotted so tight you could barely get your hand in, let alone your body. They weren't random. The throws spaced out. A few seconds, another, a longer gap. It felt selected, it felt watched. I held 2 fingers low and shifted toward the crest. Every leaf under my boot snapped loud. The stink slid with me. It had heat in it that made my eyes sting. I kept my light off and set my steps on the faint game trail hugging the ridge. Dale, I breathed, eyes locked on the seam where slope fell away. You throwing these? Nah, from too far to be the source. I believed him. I rose enough to see over the lip. The other side was a scoured slope of bracken and old logging cuts. An open patch where wind had polished the snow to crust. No figures, no step backs, no fresh breaks in the laurel. The tray line held still. The smell vanished. Not a fade, a lid slamming shut. My breath lifted and drifted sideways into clean air. I waited for one more stone. Shoulders set. Nothing. I slid down a few feet and checked. No boot tracks, no drag marks. The deadfall lay sugared with ice. Even a heavy bird would have left a sign. The laurel at the supposed throwing point was undisturbed. I touched a branch, and brittle frost powdered my glove. "See anything?" Dale asked, soft through the trees. No. The word bounced off trunks and came back warmer, like it had body heat. It irritated me to hear it that way. I made another pass along the crest, bending low, letting my eyes learn edges and shadows, looking for the sloppy tell that always exists when something moves through brush. I didn't find it. A rational list tried to assemble itself. Temperature inversion can pool odors. A raccoon dislodging shale. Wood checking in the freeze. Wind. Gravity. But the sequencing mattered. The rocks moved when I stood still. They stopped when I rose to look. The heat smell came with them and died when I crested. The events tied cleanly together. I had grown up on stories told low around trucks and campfires in these same woods. Don't answer when something uses your name from the trees. Don't chase a smell that doesn't belong. If rocks come at you from the dark and nobody's there, take the hint. I shelved the thought and kept searching because that was the job in front of me. "Let's move," I said finally. The anger reached me first. Easy to carry. We're wasting time. We slid along the contour to a new stand under older spruce. Needles lacing the snow, a darker blue. Behind us, the ridge we'd checked sat like a closed fist. I set a sightline on a deer path and on the far cut where first light might show movement. The feeling of eyes stayed. It crawled under layers and sat between my shoulder blades. 5 minutes of quiet. The single tick of impact came from behind us, and a little left. Not a roll. A throw. It struck a trunk and fell. The smell came with it, riding nothing that I could feel on my face. "Okay," I said. Too loud for the place. I turned to face the trees and scanned each column of bark, each alley between trunks. The low fans of laurel. The stink felt closer now, as if it lived just behind wherever I put my gaze. The anger peeled back on its own. Under it, the older warning came forward. "Let's go," Dale said. No joke in it. He moved first, straight line through the brush, not stumbling, not rushing, just leaving. We didn't run. You don't run out here unless you have to. We packed the decision into our steps instead. Longer, surer strides on the duff of the old road. A heel to toe that kept us quiet and quick. The smell faded as the ridge slid to our left. Then it was gone again all at once. The same hard stop as before. Pale sky bled into the treetops ahead. My breathing settled back into my chest where it belonged. At the truck, I let the door shut harder than I needed to. Metal thumped. The heater coughed. The cab smelled like coffee, oil, and damp wool. It grounded me. Dale kept both gloved hands on the wheel, eyes forward. He didn't turn the key. "You saw nothing," he said. Not a question. Nothing, truthful to what I could prove. He nodded once, jaw tight. "That thing I said I saw earlier," he added. "Lower, tall, 2 legs. Could have been the dark, could have been." He left it there. I didn't pick it up. We didn't talk about the smell. We didn't talk about the rocks. We let the heater fill the space between us. I tried to stack the sensible again. Wind, gravity, animal, temperature layers, old wood. It all belonged in the woods, and it can trick your head. But the timing didn't fit those shelves. The throws were chosen. The odor moved with intent. I couldn't name. When I crested, both shut off, and when I turned my back, they returned. The pattern had a mind without a face. We have a lot of folklore here because we have a lot of edges where sight fails. It isn't about explanations. It's about boundary lines. You don't always get a shout or a show. Sometimes you get a tossed stone and a smell that shouldn't exist in winter, and that's enough to make a choice. I turned the key. The engine caught. I checked the mirror and the ridge sat quiet and blue and harmless in the first inch of daylight. We drove out slow on the rutted lane, tires humming. The woods closed behind us and held its own council. Halfway through a 3-day loop, my legs had stopped complaining and gone quiet. The sky was clean, the ridge holding a few thin clouds like lint. The trail crossed a shallow dell where old water had dropped a field of fist-sized stones. Pine needles tempered the dust. It smelled dry and sharp. Evan had gone ahead to look for a campsite near a small thicket of young pines. I was cinching my hip belt when something moved on my left. Fast. A large dark figure crossed the clearing, in 3 or 4 long strides, and slipped into the thicket. My brain went to bear, because that's what you do when your eyes hand you a brown mass in a national forest. The thought failed on contact. The shoulders were horizontal and squared, not the rounded slope I've seen on black bears. The head didn't bob. The gait was long and upright. Most of all, it was silent on a stone field that should have made anything clatter. I called for Evan, but my voice came out low. He jogged back, eyebrows up. I tried to show it with my hands how the body stayed level and the legs ate ground, and heard myself sounding like someone describing a dream. He smiled the way you smile when a stump looks like a person. Until you get closer. We stood and listened. Wind sifted needles. A squirrel complained. Far up, a jet drew a white line. The thicket held still. No huff, no branch slap, no retreating noise. That should have felt like a mistake I could laugh off. It felt like something was watching us and knew how to do it without being seen. I took a photo of the thicket. Part of me wanted proof of nothing. Young pines stood shoulder to shoulder, trunks thin as pencils, shadows stitched between them. Sun lay over the clearing again. The moment thinned out. We picked a site farther upslope, and I kept telling myself it was just saplings and not a curtain. All afternoon I ran the same check. Bears don't run bipedally. People can't move that fast and that quiet on that surface. Elk don't stand upright, each option frayed in the same places. Shoulders, speed, silence. I kept reaching for a mundane hook and came up with air. My mind slid sideways to the folklore we keep handy when the map doesn't match the ground. By evening, the adrenaline had cooled into confusion. When the pines clicked together in the wind after dark, confusion went cold. I didn't say the word out loud. I didn't have to. It moved with us around the stove, just past the edge of the light. 2 days later, back home with a refrigerator humming in the next room, I pulled the thicket photo onto my laptop. I sent it to my friend Mara, who has a good eye for owls and bark, and faces in clouds. I meant to prove the frame was empty. She replied almost at once. Center right, face. I zoomed. The pixels held still. In the mesh of needles and shade, a silhouette sat where a face would sit. An oval pressed from shadow. The suggestion of a brow ridge, a cheek plane. The hollow where an eye should be. It could have been a trick of angles. It could have been nothing but leaves and luck. It sat at the right height. Its shape matched the afterimage that had been lurking in my peripheral vision since the dell. I wanted to shrug it off and be the reasonable hiker who misread light and nerves. The same part of me that rejected bear raised its hand again. Square, horizontal shoulders, upright stride, silent feet on loose rock. The way the dark seemed to absorb light and not give it back. We're told to trust our eyes when they name familiar things. Out there, the thing I saw refused to be named. It moved like it knew the terrain. And me, it crossed open ground and left no sound to hang my memory on. It went into a tight stand of trees as if it lived there. I don't claim more than a moment. A large dark figure crossed a sunlit clearing on 2 legs and vanished into a pine thicket without a sound. I took a picture, and a friend later saw a face I had missed. That sequence is what I have. The rest is the pressure that grew after the way the air felt thick when I thought about the dell, the way camp chores got quiet, the way the word I wouldn't say took up space. I haven't gone back. Part of me thinks I should, with a longer lens and steadier hands. Part of me thinks the point was already made. Whatever it was moved like a local. It made a choice to be seen only as much as it wanted. That reads like a boundary, I can hear the pines clicking on that slope when I picture it. I can see the thicket, young trunks pressed together, shadow held like a secret. For a second the curtain moved, and something watched us. I saw enough to change how I walk in certain places now. And when I pass a tight stand of trees on a quiet stony floor, I give it space and keep my voice down. I was 10 this summer. My friend's family took me past the last switchback to camp, where the pavement surrendered to broken rock and the pines ran tight. Her dad could read a hillside like a map, where deer paused, where a cat slipped through. That made me feel safe at first. It also made the first pinch of dread feel like my own mistake. We staked the tents on a flat cut of dirt just off a steep wooded road. Dead branches lay around old stumps like dropped tools. Smoke from the first fire carried the smell of iron and crushed fern. My friend and I followed a faint game trail down to a thin stream. The water slid over stones in a steady sheet. Mosquitoes drifted in soft clouds. It looked normal. Then it didn't. I walked halfway down the slope. Sound thinned. The birds went spare. Even the stream lost its body, like someone cupped a hand over it. The air cooled without wind. Nothing moved wrong, but a heavy certainty climbed up my spine and settled there. I didn't have words for it that wouldn't make me sound scared, so I watched my friend toss pebbles. One hit water with a hollow plunk that made the back of my neck tighten. "Let's go back," I said, keeping my voice light. "Before your dad eats all the jerky." We started up. To our left, something cracked a branch, a thick, wet break, not the dry chatter of twigs. We stopped. The slope held still with us. We climbed again. Another heavy snap. Higher on the same line, with a pause between the sounds that felt like listening. The breaking kept pace with us as if behind a screen of trees, not closing in, not dropping back. We did what kids do when there's no plan. We acted like we didn't hear it. Back at camp, the light had gone gray at the edges. Her dad glanced up and took us in. Our breathing. The leaves stuck to our socks and said nothing. He added a log and watched it take. He moved in that efficient way that reads as calm until you notice it leaves no extra motions. Night came on clean. Wind pushed high in the canopy. The tent walls barely moved. We whispered about gym class and teachers until our words thinned and went flat. Across the fire pit, her dad's zipper rasped shut. His flashlight made a short coin of light against his tarp and then died. I woke to weight moving outside the tent. There is a beat to a two-legged step you can't confuse once you hear it. Heel, then full weight, then the soft lift of the other foot. It was slow and steady, not searching, not sneaking. It started nowhere and became everywhere, arranging itself around us. The ground telegraphed it into my ribs. Pressure, release, pressure. Between steps I heard breath, deep, quiet, not trying to be anything at all. My friend's breathing beside me flattened and went shallow. I didn't move. I didn't call for her dad. I pressed my palm to the sleeping bag and felt my pulse jump through the fabric. The steps paused at the head of the tent. The nylon seemed to lean in. I pictured a shape just out of sight, turn toward us. Not animal quick, not clumsy, counting maybe, deciding. The circle resumed, shoulder close. Once something traced the rainfly light like a fingertip or the back of a hand or a branch, brought to it on purpose. I tried to think bear, I tried to think elk. Bears carry sound in their chests. Elk print 4 points, not 2. And they breathe louder when they move through camp. This moved like me, like us. Time stretched. The rhythm set into me until I could feel the next step. Before it landed, no snort, no huff, no drag, just that patient loop. It kept going long enough for my eyes to adjust to the dark nylon, and for my mind to go through every explanation I could accept without getting up. None stuck. The only thing I knew for sure was that it wasn't in a hurry. It wasn't hungry, it was watching. Eventually the steps drifted away into the timber. The wind found the canopy again. The stream's whisper climbed back into the night. At some point, exhausted, I slept. Morning scraped the chill off the dirt. The same pines stood where they had ash bloomed under the fire's crust. The stream still whispered down the slope, like the evening had been a dream. We broke camp fast. Her dad moved with clipped purpose, rolling ropes tight, shaking dirt from the tent in a single snap. He didn't say we were leaving early. The way he packed said it for him. We got to the truck and bumped down the steep road in low gear. From the timber to our right came the same heavy branch breaks, spaced, high, exact pacing us along the grade. We didn't look, not then. We rode the washboard out to pavement, and didn't stop until a gas station with sun-bleached flags and a soda machine that stuttered. Years later, sitting on a porch in a city that had its own rhythms, my friend told me her dad had slept with a weapon that night. She said it like mentioning he'd set a second alarm. He hadn't told us because there was nothing we could have done with that information but stay awake. She gave a small tight laugh and then we listened to traffic stack and clear. I still think about the stream and how dread rose before anything else, as if whatever was in those trees decided on us when we decided on water. I think about the slow circle drawn with footsteps and how long it took, how patient it was. We left without ever seeing a face or a shape I could sign my name under. The facts I have are simple: heavy branches breaking in parallel with us, deep quiet breathing, a deliberate 2-footed walk, a long close circle, a dad who knew enough to be ready, a clean exit at first light. Safe isn't the same thing as untouched.